I bring in a Buried City residential master key, or who cares? I might. Ba-dum-bum. That's a good one. That's a good one. Calypso is so good. Genuinely so good. Another banger? Yeah, someone's got to do it, man. This one hurts hit so hard. Let's go, jerk bends. Clons, she'll be back in a sec. No worries. We're vibing. $99 Luftballons? 99 Luftballons. That's a good one.
Oh, Bird City. Yes. Mimi's so oh my god,
I'm
Lewis.
going down to the club, but I'm
What the hell?
Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. I'm going down to the club, but I'm pussy tossing.
Thank you.
Pussy tossing.
Unleash
I
Louise
appreciate
22
that.
has gifted 5 subs.
Thank you.
Naughty
If
boy.
you were gifted a sub, guys, please say thank you. I really appreciate that.
Thank you for
I appreciate it. How are you?
Put your ass
And
away,
Stanley
child.
for 88 months as well. Oh my god.
I've Stanley just subscribed.
Toss that
Go shorty,
puss.
it's your birthday. You gotta party like it's your birthday. You gotta sip the cardi like it's your birthday, and you know we don't give a fuck, it's not your birthday. Happy birthday, nerd.
Exactly. No, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you for 88 months. That is insanity. Thank you. And Louise, thank you for the subbies as well. Mickey, hello. Yeah, Mimi, she's very obviously clingy and missed me a lot. And I'm low-key worried about Japan, but I know that she's going to be okay. And I have my friend coming in and out because he lives in the same building. So she will get pats and cuddles.
Put
but
your ass away,
yeah,
child.
she's a bit, I think she's a bit nervy.
Unleash Louise 22 just
Flora,
subscribed.
thank you.
A belated ha in Australian
Thank you
time
so
zones,
much.
but out here in America, it's still a belated ha anyways. I hope you had the best birthday
No, thank
ever,
you
Carla
so
Carl's
much.
party.
I'm here, by the way, ready up when you wanna.
Oh, there she is.
Hello. I readied
Thought
up,
we were
but I
gonna
was
miss
like,
Bird City over
nah,
here.
we're not messing Buzz City.
Okay.
I haven't, not really, Mickey, but I will.
All right,
I
here
think
we
maybe
go.
I'll do it at the start of stream tomorrow or a bit later on. I kind of just, I got into just, I don't know, we were just talking about really nothing, and then
So
the
getting,
alarm started
getting
going,
ducks obviously
and then I
is,
joined
is a
Chris.
priority,
I haven't
but
really
also
chatted yet,
I want to
but
kill.
it was really good though. It was
I
really
want to
good.
get spotter relays. I want to also check out the grandiose
Thanks,
apartments. I have a
Mickey.
key.
I will recap them. I will.
If
I
that's okay.
promise. Oh, I love that that spot.
Oh, good. 17 minutes. Fuck it.
Oh. Well, good news is.
They said, hey, is it okay? Hey, there's no birds left, by the way.
Well, you can go to the Grandio apartments.
We're not splitting up.
Good,
It's
because
too
I
risky
didn't
to
want
split
to
up.
either.
Sounded like you did.
I just
But
mean
we're
we
already
can
here,
go
I
there.
think. Never mind. Or we could also go into the roof of hospital real quick.
True.
You want to do that?
Oh, I have a spare thing.
What do you?
I have
Oh,
a
yeah.
spare zip line. We can just go up from
Zip?
here
Okay.
if you want.
I also have a few zips, but if you want to use yours first.
Yeah, and then I
Feel
also
free.
have a hatch key.
Hatch. Me too. What are we prepared?
Oh, be careful, Chris. Be careful. Press space. Press space. Yep, nice.
Oh! What? I did not. I'm already there.
What the
Jesus
hell?
Christ.
What in the spawn is this?
Oh, there's jack shit in here. This place sucks.
Great.
Wasted
Guys,
a zip
gamble. You
ball
deserve
for that.
it. In game.
And in real life, guys, you'll win eventually. Trust me.
Chris.
What?
What? Oh, there's a bombardier. Oh, there's the spotters.
Really? We need that. Yep. Let's get him over here.
Thank you for the sub. Gumby.
Put your ass away, child.
What the hell, my goat?
Gumby underscore 66 just subscribed. Happy freaking birthday from OG follower.
Thank you. I want to see Mum before I go to Japan, Abs.
I'm gonna go get those two if that's okay with you.
I think she's spending some time with my nephew. Oh, it's March actually, maybe. She was meant to spend time with my
No worries,
nephew this weekend, but I think she's going in March. Their relationship, guys, is the cutest thing I've ever seen.
Yes, spotter relay. Putting that in my safe pocket.
He's so cute. They're best friends. I am Gumby. Honey points. It's a bit of an
Another one.
older
Putting that in
system.
my safety pockets.
So I might be wrong now, or it might be broken, but it's just by watching, and you get extra by cheering. But again, I think it's broken because it's from years ago, like OG. No channel point, make your own channel point vibe. But that's how it's meant to work.
More
Slay.
spotters. Let's go.
Jazz, hello. Thank you for the birthday wishes, guys. Yeah, it's very outdated. It was before Twitch had their own. You kind of had to make your own. So it might be a bit buggy, but thank you for 9 months. My goats, my absolute goats. You do have some, okay. Maybe it's not that broken. Also, Juniper, hello. Hello.
You're muted.
Yum.
Bro, I want to talk and play the game.
Sorry, someone asked a question and I had to explain something.
Oh,
We get to talk for 10
guys.
days.
Guys, no questions.
No questions is crazy. Die. Yippee! Thank you for the birthdays. Oh no. Wait, level 30. Fuck. We did it. Oh, that bombardier is on my ass, but I'm looting. Any more spotters?
What'd you say?
Any more spotters?
Yeah, they're all over here.
Really? Ooh.
I'll be taking that. Oh, great, bro.
What happened?
Fuck it.
What happened?
Got hit by a fucking nuke.
Oh, it gets you. Oh, great. Oh, nice.
Okay. Okay. All right. Should we
was-
try killing this thing?
I have some
bombardier,
snaps. I
or-
don't know if I can, but I'll try.
I'm-
John,
I'm- yo,
thank you.
if
I
you
don't
could-
bloody know.
I can sneak up on it with my trailblazer.
I don't know what
and
it
kill
converts to.
Right up on, right
Thank
up
you,
in there.
and thank you, Michael. I can do it. Watch this. Oh,
Be careful. Oh, the fucking sniping thing's here. Oh, fuck it. Oh, fuck it. Oh, fuck
I'll
it.
get it, I'll
Oh,
get it.
fuck it. Fuck it, dude. I'm gonna die, actually. I'm gonna die. This is
oh,
fucking
actually,
horseshit,
same.
bro.
Fuck. Oh, my bad. Oh no.
The fact
Oh.
that you didn't die from that's crazy.
Oh my god, bro.
Holy shit.
Are you kidding me? Ah! Bro, that was another.
that?
That was another turret.
Here, touch me right here.
Come to me.
This is
Come
the
to
worst
me.
fucking-
Come to me.
Put your ass away, child.
Are you kidding?
Floating Zabi just subscribed. It's your 38th B-day party, my 33rd
Oh my
B-day,
God.
and 31 month streak.
No defib there.
Holy.
Sorry, I don't have one. My
interesting.
bad.
Oh. No worries, no worries.
Dude, how did I survive that? Are you
What?
kidding?
I'm down to leave, actually.
I am also down to leave.
I almost lost all my shit.
I can't believe I survived that.
That was crazy.
You got to see it from my
Yeah,
angle.
you should bring defibs for sure.
Yeah,
No, I
yeah.
saw it. I was literally watching you. I was crawling with you. You dodged a million fucking things. You should have died.
Yeah, no, I should be dead.
Orbiter is en route. The safe window is
Okay.
That was like a brush with death. Yeah, that was.
10 minutes to return to Speranza.
I saw my future and my past all at once there.
Oh my god.
Let me guess. This is fucking off. Oh, it's on. Okay. Bro, I thought this was turned off.
It's bugged. I can't call
Rosal
it.
Goyd. Oh, what is that?
Oh, that's a new bug.
I can't either. What is that? Is that new?
Oh.
Chat. Now what?
CV. 33rd. Happy birthday. Wait.
That is interesting.
What's going on?
So you can't press call.
Thank you so much for 31. And happy birthday as well.
Okay. Stay forever, I guess. Hey, I guess we hatch key.
Home at the train station hatch.
Oh yeah, I guess I have
Let's go hatch it up.
Okay.
Yeah. Did someone bug it? Like, how's that work?
I don't know.
I don't even know where that guy came from. Follow me. Follow me.
Follow me, dear.
This is also the game. It's also the game that fucking like started like way late randomly.
Oh yeah. You can take the girl out of the bowl cup. You can't take the bowl cup out of the girl. Exactly. And that's what kept me alive.
That's what they're saying. Yeah, that was awesome. Definitely bring defibs for next time, just for the fast res, because you almost got killed by the turret.
Let's go this one. It's quicker. Closer, sorry. Yeah, for sure. Come this way, dear.
Which one?
This one is closer. One I'm heading to.
Oh yeah, that's the good one.
Over here. Oh my god. We did
I'm grabbing
it.
this other courier real quick.
Okay.
You can go ahead if you want, though. I also have a hatch key.
We should save it. But yeah.
True. I have so many.
Oh. I see.
Oh. Random surveyor vault. What's this weird sound over here?
The ball
Something
cut
dying over here? What is this?
is no mere hairstyle. It's a motto, a creed. Wait. It's a lifestyle. Wait, 2v8's
This guy's
back?
stuck in the tree.
Oh, nice. Hell yeah.
Ow. Alright.
Let's go, dear.
You first, sir.
Thank you. All right, packing defibs.
That was strange.
That was crazy. We simply go again. I want to get birds so bad, guys. Desperate.
Nice.
Need a
We're
duck.
cruising through this like weird PvE pass.
Oh, what pass is it? What did I unlock? I don't like how it's glorpy. Okay, let's... We needed that. Guys, my bad. I don't mean to not bring defibs.
You want to do
No.
Bird City again?
I sure do.
Okay.
I sure do.
Let me Bring his defibs, heals.
If, bring a lore grenade if you have one too.
Okay, I'm bringing some zip lines, lore grenade, seeker grenades.
Yippee!
And the things that suck about the spotters is that they like die far away from you.
Oh.
So it's kind of annoying. All right, let's go do Bird City.
Alright. I want to find ducks so bad.
You want to find a what?
A duck.
Okay.
DJ Club.
Put your ass away, child.
The 30 Club.
French Fry just
Thank you, Dole.
subscribed.
How are
Welcome
you?
to the 30 Club, you cheeky
I'm
little
here.
streamer.
I'm bloody here. How are you? What's the hot? Yes. Tell me everything. Thank you so much for 42. We are doing.
All
some
right,
games
fresh
with Chris.
lobby.
I need a duck real
Let's
bad.
go this way. Yeah, let's
Yeah.
go this way. Bro just bounced on it. What the hell is that? You saw it?
He bounced on that thing.
Yeah, he did. That was crazy.
Damn.
All right.
All right.
Be careful. I'm ziplining up to this thing
Okay.
By the Arbusto Tower.
by the Arbusto Tower.
Hold.
Someone died over there.
Over where I am.
No. By hospital. Just be
Perfect
careful. I
place
don't
to
know if people are
perish.
friendly. True.
True.
True and clue.
Oh wow. Let's bring that back,
It's already brought, brother.
brother. Yippee! Where are my ducks?
Old McDonald be like,
DJ, happy birthday! Guys, I think Feb is our busiest month of birthdays.
you fuck with Old McDonald or not really?
Yeah, he's alright.
You don't. I don't think you do.
Me. I smell poo.
I'm sorry.
Did you poo?
There's a guy in front of me.
Say you're friendly.
Well, I shot at a bad guy and then he ran away. So I'm curious if he thinks that he's a PvP boy.
So do I come to you or do I just keep chilling?
It's up to you.
Do you feel safe?
Yeah, usually.
Oh my god.
Oh, their team over here.
Are they shooting you or arcs?
They're shooting arcs, but you never know, man. We should
Uh-oh.
stick together on principle, but I know how you like to wander.
I got ducks. Come to me, come to me. Oh, maybe they're just doing that shit.
It
Oh,
looks like
maybe,
they're trying to kill
oh, maybe we're safe.
It looks like they're doing.
Have a
Rocketeer
purdy
shit.
for the dirty furdy.
Come on.
For real. Whoopsies, a little arc party. Ginger, chat, thank you.
Cool. I found some metal and some fabric so far in mine.
Oh my god.
How about you?
Oh, I found some stuff. And I will
That's
be
awesome.
sharing.
Nah, dude, you're good.
No, I'm sharing.
Nah, I don't even want any of it.
I think you do.
I'll take Lance's mixtape. That's about it, though.
Oh, interesting.
What do you mean interesting?
Nothing.
Okay.
We'll have to find
Oh, an
out.
apricot. Cool.
Apricot.
Yeah, I'm literally getting the scraps of the scraps.
Yeah, I think those are my scraps. If I can be honest with you.
Yep.
I don't know if these have been done.
I'm gonna go over here. I wouldn't mind getting one little pop-up. Bless you.
Thank you. You want a noise too?
Okay, I got a tropical duck. We'll take that.
Tropical duck.
Yeah, it's nothing crazy, but it's fine.
They're so rare. I will share
There's a
at the
guy in front of me.
extraction. Say something. You're likable.
Oh, it wasn't even worth using my zip line for.
Oh, Mimi.
What's a cara? What is that?
Here,
Is it
use
a
the-
bird?
Loot these two. I haven't looted these two. I've looted that one. Come over here. These two are.
That's fine. I'm getting a lot of seeds.
These two. Or those three.
This one's not looted either.
The two behind you on your left. Someone's coming. I think they're nice, but
He's his gun out. Northeast of me.
yeah. Yoo-hoo!
I got a fancy duck or whatever the hell they're called. Big summer blowout.
Yoo-hoo! Okay, where are you?
Over here.
Okay. How many safe pockets do you have?
3.
Alright, cool. Let's go
How
on
about
a
you?
flat surface so I can give you things.
No, I don't want your stuff yet. You're good.
but
I
wanna
actually
share.
don't care.
Oh.
I want to find him on my own.
Yeah,
You
but
got yours.
I want to
Those are
share the
yours.
juice.
No. You're good.
But what's
gonna
my
find
juice
some of
is
my own.
your juice.
No. That's yours. You went off. You did your thing. You got him. That's your stuff.
No, but I have a present for you.
As long as if it's Lance's mixtape, I'll take it.
It is something epic. That's not Lance.
If it's a snow globe, I'll take it. That's about
Exactly,
it.
exactly.
Of course.
Mickey,
Let's
thank
see.
you. I appreciate that. I really do. It was a great birthday.
I can't tell if these people are fucked up or not.
Oop.
Oh, someone's dead over there. That's not good. Kind of want to investigate.
We can investigate. Wanna investigate?
And that's how we play, Carla.
Do we go?
That's how we play. I got Lance's goddamn mixtape.
Stunning.
That's all I wanted to do was find Lance's mixtape real quick.
You love Lance.
The rest is gravy.
Does Lance
Whoa, and another fucking familiar duck.
familiar?
Does Lance what?
duck. Do you fuck with Lance, or is he kind of annoying?
I don't really care about him. I like his mixtape because it sells for 10K.
Or you just like him for his money?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Is there something still wrong? Yeah.
No, just wondering.
Cool headset, thanks. Carla has the same one as me.
Accidentally. When did you get that?
Ooh, flashy duck. Yesterday.
Oh.
Yeah, they had them at my store, and I grabbed 2 of them.
2?
Yeah, 1 for chat,
Aw.
and then one for your boy.
That's our goat. Staley, squeeze that thing. What the hell?
Vase. All right. I have 124K. We gotta leave.
Oh, shit.
Oh wait, that's because my My gun's worth a lot. I forgot. I think there's a
Alright.
hatch right here, though. You want to go out the hatch?
I don't know if you knew before, but I think you were talking in my chat instead of Led's, because it wasn't lining up to what I was saying, and I was like, it's not, or it's not whoever's chat. It wasn't bad or anything, but I think it was the wrong chat.
You want to do the hatch, or are you good?
I was like, but like you're sick, obviously, like it's not a big deal, but I was like, it's not me. I hope you feel better. I'm sorry you're sick. I'm on my way, dear.
All right, I just left.
No, you didn't.
Thank you for the sub.
I did.
No, you're still here.
Put your ass away, child.
Nope.
On the map, I can see you.
SXCKR just
Yeah,
subscribed.
no, I left through the hatch.
W birthday Dolmwa,
You're
happy
still on the map.
birth.
I can see you.
Oh, that's probably just like my last location.
No bad, M. It was very cute, and I was like, M?
You have a hatch key too, right?
No, I used it last game, but that's okay.
Oh, okay. No, I'm still here. I was kidding.
I know. Hello?
Yeah, I'm a human. What up? Yeah, how nice are you?
Feel better, doll. That's okay. Feel better. It was, honestly, it was cute.
Be careful out there. Okay?
Hope you feel better. I'll see you soon. And Kate, thank you so much. Yippee! How are you, doll?
I heard you get hurt. You okay?
Pookie, good night. Pookie.
Sir, are you good? This guy doesn't want to talk. He's being a weird. Yeah. Heard him get hurt.
Let's just go down. Fuck it. I don't trust.
All right.
Watch this. Not gonna get hurt. Oh. All right. Nice.
Watch this. Not gonna get hurt. Yeah. Yeah, you can go first. No worries.
Yep. Charlie Puth can never mind. Thank you, Lerna. Oh, Mimi's on my lap. She's so warm. Guys. We did that. Cold Snap on... Wait, Cold Snap Buried City? God, I haven't done that in so long. I can't believe we've done the expedition already. Who are they? I'm gonna sell those. My first mill! Oh my god.
You have a mill?
Yeah.
Nah. Nah.
Just cash.
I'm going down to the club.
Oh my god.
Pussy tossing.
Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Mickey, have a good day at work.
Pussy
I'm bringing a guitar in.
Pussy
I'm
tossing.
singing.
Virgil, thank you.
You're,
What the hell?
you're either with me or
Virgil
you're
and
not.
Kill has gifted 5 subs.
Okay.
Naughty boy.
Are you down?
Yeah.
I lied. I don't think I have a guitar. Hold on.
Mr. President.
Wait, can you bring me one in? You have a lot of money.
Yeah.
Thanks. Sorry. Do
That's
you need
okay.
anything? I can bring you a gift as well. Nah, come on.
You're crazy. Did I sell it? Let me double check. No, I haven't.
You can buy one from Shawnee or in the
I
trade. Okay.
did.
Hold on. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go get a Diet Coke.
Correct.
Relicanth is your favorite? That's a sick one.
Um,
Relicanth was cool
Thank
as
you,
fuck.
Virgil.
He was
Please
hard to
thank
find
Virgil if you got a
Pokemon.
subby.
Sorry.
Burrito, thank you. How are you? It's good to see
The
you.
one thing I'm most excited for is finding all of our favorites as stuffed animals at Poke Center. So like you getting a Beware, me getting a Politoed.
Oh, wait, cute. We don't need tickets for that, do we? That's different to the cafe.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
Okay. I love to see the love. No, I appreciate it so much, guys. Thank you for all your kindness with everything. My throne, some stray donations as well. Subbies, biddies. I really appreciate it. Didn't expect any of it. I was late to my own party today. So I didn't expect a bloody single crumb today. And I know I've been gone for a few days. Tomorrow is potentially my last stream before Japan, but I'm gonna try and get a bonus in US Friday. I don't usually stream Fridays, like your Fridays, but I'm gonna try and squeeze a little one in as well, so I can do at least 3 before I go. But I will be filming Vloggerinos while I'm over there, and I will be trying to go live as much as I can at the Airbnb. I'm aiming like at least 3 streams in Japan. Little catch up, little debrief of what we've done.
Yeah.
Thank you, Staley. I'm very excited. I know, Lona. I keep like, last night I was tossing and turning, and I keep waking up with like anxiety, and I'm like breathing through it because I always get like this before a trip, and I know it's gonna go so quick.
A Buried City Cold Snap.
But I'm like, oh my god, there's so much to do, so much to do. But
Should we do that, or what do you want to
It'll
do?
be
Stella. We could
did we
do
want to
damn Battlegrounds for
do?
probes. Matriarch.
Do we want to do more trials? Like, where are first wave husks? Where's the?
I'm down for trials.
We don't have to. We can
Those
keep
are,
doing your thing. Slurp.
Cold Snap would have better loot. Is it still Carla's B-Day? Yeah, her birthday ends I think Friday or Saturday.
Why Friday or Saturday? Shut up, bro.
It's a week long. It's the
To be fair,
Hey,
I only posted
big
on,
one.
I only posted on my birthday, and then I'm doing my birthday stream today. So I've only done 2 days, guys. Not a week, like Chris is saying.
Bro, I was cracking up. when I shared the band
Dude, I was like, all right, let's see what Chris has done.
He called me
because-
laughing.
Yeah, because I know I'm like, okay, it's gonna be something fucked. Like, what did he do?
You know what's even crazier? I was a little, I think, high, and I posted my real one on accident on the Neat account.
I know. I was like, that's so
So I
backwards.
just left it.
I was like,
Yeah, like
know
the real
what?
one was on the Neat, and then me blocking Bant's face on the real one.
that was
Wait,
so funny.
you bringing in a guitar?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
What are we doing again?
Just vibing.
Okay.
I'm just gonna sing to people.
All month long. Yeah, I know as soon as I see my pals, the anxiety's gonna go. It's for me, it's getting to the airport and just accepting that I'm gone for, like, the 10 days, right? I was just gone for what? I was gone from Mia just then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Oh my god. So 6 days. Say 5-6 days, and that went like this. So me in Japan with my friends is gonna just go so quick, and there's no point in me worrying, because I know before you know it we're gonna be in March. Like, it's just gonna go so quick.
Okay, so we're freezing.
Aw, babe, that's so cute. I love that. The Bowl Cup Barge. Marceline, thank you. Favorite Pokemon? Probably Alakazam
Hope you're close for the
and
season, ladies.
Beware
It's a
and
good day for
Mimikyu.
picking candleberries, but do beware of frostbite.
They're cute as. What's your favorite? Anonymous?
You naughty boy.
Hello?
Anonymous has gifted a sub to Marceline.
Thank you.
I don't think there's hatches in
Also,
Cold
just
Snap.
checking. If you've gifted subbies today, guys, did you get the discount?
Wait, can I have the git?
I'll give you the tar. Here.
Let me get that tar.
Tar.
Thanks, brother. Okay, Interstellar.
Cute. I'll take. Okay, voice. Ghoulie Pookie, how are you, doll? Yeah, exactly, Sarah. And I'll be glad that I'm going. You know what I mean? Like, I was so nervous because I thought they cancelled my flight, and I was like, all right, well, if that was to happen, it is what it is. It's okay. I'm like, Carla, it's gonna be good. Like, stop stressing. Everything's okay. I'm a little stressed out. That's why I want to do, I really want to commit to finally, like, I want to rip off the Band-Aid and start therapy. Oh, wow. Okay, sing that thing.
Be careful.
Behind you! Comprehended? Thank you. That's cute. Oh, wait, Lerner. I haven't logged into Pokemon Go in so long. That's crazy. Ghoul is the best. Ghoul is the best. Something that comforts me. Thank you, Ghoul. It went so quick. That's why, like, when I get stressed, when I get worried about
I think
Japan,
it's
I'm like,
one
girl.
shot, brother.
Before you know it, you'll be
Oh,
on the
great.
plane back home.
Nice.
And something that excites me is the fact that I'm only on one plane.
So you need the Wasp and the Hornet things.
Yeah.
Both of these guys are gonna have what you need.
Have the juice.
Which is
Missing
there's
every
snowballs in
shot.
this. I forgot. Nah. bro went tubing and forgot to play
No, honestly.
video games. Missing every shot.
Did I server my pick? Be honest. I did.
Did you server your pick?
I said, did I serve in my tube photo? And I said, never mind, I did.
Oh, you serve in it, sure.
Yeah, I think. I knew you were gonna comment bruise, by the way.
I thought you meant.
I literally called
What?
it out loud before I posted it. I literally said,
What do you mean?
I said, should I? And I didn't want to do this. I was like, should I edit out my bruise? Because I know Chris is going to comment on it. And he was like, no, don't edit
What
out
do
your
you
bruise.
mean?
And then I get a comment and it has 40 fucking likes of you going, bruise.
Guys, to be fair, okay, to be fair, she posted a pic of her, like, on a tube, and she just has this big-ass fucking bruise on her leg.
That's all, the tube is bigger than the world in that photo and you go, bruise.
I hear you twice,
I don't know why, I'm not, oh, okay, sorry.
Oh!
Bruise.
Were you like this fucking idiot?
I literally laughed out loud because I'm like, I called it.
Dude, we're both easy to read.
I know.
Nothing you can say will get you on my side. No worries, that's fair. I'd say that's fair.
It's like,
Guys, you gotta see this. You gotta see this fucking bruise though.
yeah, okay. Dude, I
You
was
gotta see this fucking thing.
on iPhone. You can like clean up a photo.
Yeah, like edit it out.
Yeah, and I was gonna
You-
clean
you were
out-
Like,
I was
you got rid of it so easily.
I wanted
And you're
to-
like, nah, surely no one says anything.
Yeah, I was like, okay, yeah, I'll clean it up because I know Chris will point it out. I'm like, you know what? I won't.
Yo,
And
there's
then
no way just me.
you have 49 likes. I pinned it as well of you just going bruise.
You pinned it?
Yeah, because it's funny.
To be
Put
fair,
your ass
just
away,
bruise is
child.
kind of funny.
It
Like,
is
nothing
funny.
else. Like, not even happy birthday.
No,
Ranzero
Bruise.
just subscribe.
I'm gonna point out the obvious. Bruise.
Yo, turn 30. Turn 30. Bruise.
Bruise. Thanks, man.
Cool, man. No worries. Wasn't self-conscious.
Yeah, I literally was gonna edit it out, but all good. Kept it in. Body positivity. Sometimes we have a bruise, you know.
To be
Didn't
fair,
wanna
you
edit.
and Shan bruise if you walk if
No,
you wake up.
I can literally. There could be a gust of wind, and I'll wake up with bruises all down my leg. I don't know where that bruise is from. I think I ran
It
into
was
a
the
door
first thing I
frame.
noticed. Okay, chat. Thank God. Okay, people are making me feel better.
Guys, don't notice my bruise. Notice my sultry stare instead.
Guys, notice the sultry stare. And the guy she's with the cool tats.
With the cool tats. Is the new
Oh!
is the new
Oh fuck!
oh is the new augment called
What's-
flanking?
Wait, did you get a new thing?
I got a combat MK3 flanking blueprint.
I don't know. Chat, does it say you can leave with a gun? What's it say?
A combat augment more focused on maneuverability than absorbing damage. I'm not too sure if that's one or not. I don't know. I haven't seen that one yet. I
There's a
didn't
guy
notice
here,
it.
hold on.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Well, Ghoul, you know, I was like, you know what? Bruise, pale our skin, cellulite. We are living our dream as a human being.
What's
We
up,
all-
brother?
You know what I mean? Bruise. Roll, roll!
Were you just here like 2 games ago? Maybe?
Yeah, it was me here. It's me again.
Wait! We got ghosts? Yeah, it's my wife.
My wife!
Down here. What's up,
My wife!
We got a wolf guy here. Hey, what's going on?
Scared the shit out of me.
Like, I was playing the game, he came in off the door, he goes, "Oh, it scared the shit out of me."
Are you guys gaming next to each other?
Yeah.
Aww.
Dude, that's the dream.
How does it feel to win at life? Alright, I'm assuming good.
I'll tell her if I
I have a bruise.
Gamer guy is a guy. That's
We're eating good today.
They got the life. Playing market and having lots of fun.
Guys, you know what I love about water parks? I've never felt more human in the best way in my life. Because I don't really go out a lot. And obviously everyone is around Bear. So it's just like, there's a lot happening. And I'm like, oh my god, we all just look the same and gorge and human. I was like, oh. I forget that we're all the same. We literally are all the same. You know what I mean? I was like, oh my god. I forgot that all this, like, all the texture on our skin's normal.
Social media 12 years ago.
Sick. Yeah, like, honestly, I was like,
We're on Facebook.
this is nice. I love being surrounded by humans because with social media, it's so easy to look at like a photo that's clearly been edited and be like, fuck, I don't look like that. I'm
Oh,
ugly.
Carla, they're loving it over
I'm
here.
an ugly piece of shit. You know what I mean? But it's like, that's not true. What the hell? Yeah, Juniper, exactly. We're all in the same boat. Or shall I say floaty? Or tube.
I'm all set, man.
Alright, well let me know. I'm your neighborhood guitar guy. This is my Australian friend.
Good day, mate!
Good eye.
Got a bruise on my right leg. Cheerio.
She's got a bruise.
Take care, guys. Thanks. Take care. Good to see you.
Keep loving each other. It's awesome.
Thank you. Have a good one, man.
Happiness in this goddamn world. They're gonna remember that forever.
We just made a core, well, you just made a core memory of two married babes.
Oh yeah, wait, stay here, stay here, stay here. Listen to them talking. Listen to them talking. Let's listen to them talk. Let's listen to them talk. They're gonna be like, oh my god, that was so funny. They're so silly and weird.
I love you, my husband.
Or what if he's like, what if they start saying something weird? Like, man, I can't wait to get out of this raid. You're just like, oh, whoa, 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 we should leave.
Yeah. Babe,
Wait, whoa, whoa, whoa.
baby, your ass looks hot in those shorts. Let's leave by a hatch.
Let's leave, let's leave, let's leave. Let's leave.
Run!
Let's leave. I don't want to hear anything. Let's go, let's go,
They're
let's
not
go.
gonna talk on comms.
They might. Why not?
True, they're married.
Oh, fuck.
Fuck. Real pixel. This closed.
Skibbity boop, she's got a bruise. Skibbity boop. it's
I'm gonna
on the
comment
leg.
that
Skibbity-
on her post. Not happy birthday, but just bruise. Cause everyone noticed it first, so I may as well comment it and get 49 likes. Probably has 53 by now because we drew attention to it.
Might even have 67.
Someone commented the most cunty bruise I've ever witnessed. Guys,
Okay, that's good.
you literally have
Guys.
7 more likes on the bruise comment since we started talking about it.
Guys, don't go back and wait, yo, you're welcome for the free promo.
Yeah, thanks, sir. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
That's
Hey.
so funny.
It has 57, I just liked it.
Great. Thanks, guys.
Good.
Thanks.
Really good.
Really, really good. Guys, it's cunty though. It's a cunty pick. Be honest. I really served
It almost
as hard
doesn't
as I
even look
could.
like you, because I feel like you normally are smiling and giggling, and you were like, you know what, I'm gonna serve real quick on this one if that's okay with you guys.
No, I look like someone called Susan. I was going full
Yeah,
speed in a tube.
you're not even giving Suze. You're giving like Marissa.
Marissa.
Yeah.
I was mogging on that slide. Real.
Ooh.
No, but we were going so quick. And they're like, camera behind! And I literally flung and did like the quickest pose while also just being drenched. It was honestly cunt, guys. If I can say that.
65 chat.
Guys.
People keep
No way. Stop.
it's gonna get more likes than the actual post. Guys, come on.
I don't know what bruise y'all are on about. Guys, stop commenting bruise comments.
Ba-dum-bum-bum-ba-now.
That's so funny. Honestly, 72, great.
70. Great.
Great.
Guys, at least like the post
Oh, thanks.
as well.
That's really nice.
I got you, man.
Thanks.
It's the most I could do.
Guys, they paid 25 AUD to get that pick, so we've got to make
Who's
dividends
they?
on it. Reese.
Oh. Oh, they nice. That's awesome. Let's see here. Heavy.
Ally. Okay, is this the new one? Learn and consume. Let's see.
Constream.
Gear bench. Flanking. Stowed. Oh, I don't think it is. Stowed or unequipped pistols. Oh, okay. That's still fun though.
That's like when you pull like an SIR, but it's like the worst one. Like,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
still good,
That's-
right? It's still
that's
cool.
good.
No,
Right.
that's fine. Yeah, right.
Toss a follow to some of D's. D's nuts.
All right, I'm bringing in a few things. Nothing crazy though. I'm bringing the git in again. I gotta bring the git.
Get.
If you look at the pic on her profile, it practically is zoomed in on the bruise. Wait, you know what you could do? You could edit your
Oh,
preview
wait, I'm
of
gonna
the
do it right
photo
now. I'm gonna do it
and-
right now.
and make it as big as
I'm gonna do
possible.
it right now.
Please, dude.
Okay, I
dude,
did
dude,
it.
dude.
I did it. Wait. Go.
Okay, let me see.
Refresh my page.
Oh, that's weird. That's like so unnecessary. How zoomed in it is.
That's too much chicken thigh.
Wait,
I gotta.
you know what's crazy?
What?
You know what's crazy? I didn't even like the post. I just wrote Bruce. I just liked it.
Dude.
I liked it. It'll get back in the feed.
Wait,
No worries.
look at my feed. It looks like the top pinned thing is you. Like, that's your head is on my body.
Wait, what?
Let me see if I can move it slightly. The pinned post, your head is on top of my post. So it looks like you're slaying with a bruise.
You writing thanks is so good.
Thanks.
Thanks.
I have to because you'll just point out like, I don't know.
That's the only time I've ever done that ever.
No, you've
in
done
a
other shit.
post.
You could come to my open casket funeral and you'll go up to it and go dead and walk away.
Okay, first off, true, but second off, in what world are you dying before me? Like, not
Let's-
to get morbid.
All right, let's touch some wood
You're
here,
younger
guys.
and a woman.
All right, let's touch some wood. About to go on a flight.
Oh, true.
Guys, touch your bruises. Touch your bruises.
Touch your bruises. Dead.
You know what's so funny? I'll be honest, actually. I edited one thing in that photo. And I tell you what it is. I got this massive fuck-ass blister on my foot from my shoes. And it was this bright red humongous dot. And I was like, okay, I'll keep the bruise in. But that looks rank. Like, I have to get rid of the blister
Rank.
in it. Because he'll either comment blissed or bruised. And
Bro, I
think,
wouldn't. Bro, if you had a blister on your foot, I think a blister is a different story. I would not comment blister. Like that's. I feel like a blister is unfortunate. A bruise. You and I have joked about how you bruise easily,
True.
and it was just so big that I was like bruise. But if you had a blister, I wouldn't like. I would text and be like, "Hey man, are your feet okay?" Like commenting blister would just be awkward. In my brain, at least, it's different. They're very different.
How do you make someone's comment? You know how you can respond with you can put it on your story, but put someone's comment on it? How do you do that?
Oh, if you hold it.
Hold it, okay. Oh, perfect.
Wait, don't put my comment on your thing.
I
on
am,
your
I just
story.
did.
Oh, good. Yeah,
Wait.
blisters are serious. Bruises are funny if they're self-inflicted. If they're not, that's serious.
girl, nasty. I've been a nasty girl, nasty.
That was self-inflicted, right, Carla?
Nasty, nasty. I actually don't know where it came from, but yes, it was me bumping into something.
Okay, perfect.
I didn't get hurt, no.
Good.
I got stamina. They say I'm an athlete.
Yeah, Mare, I think I
Lullaby
saved
Hi,
it.
Em,
It's
as
They're
well.
funny if
Nasty.
it's self-inflicted on
Nasty.
accident, like you bumped into
Lullaby,
something.
thank you. What the fuck was that for?
Yeah, like when you
That's
wake
so
up and you're like, oh, what the
nice.
hell?
Thank you. What the hell?
Like, Shan'll have like
I'm gonna
just,
pin
like,
another.
one random one in the most odd spot. Just pull the picture up. She's mogging the fuck out of me low key. Dude, okay, W.
I'm posting.
Okay, Judgy. Okay, positive.
I'm reposting all the bruise comments.
Dude, no. Wait, guys, let's get some Mog comments in the chat. She's Mog maxing.
Wait, bruise cunty. Here for the bruise. Guys, you're killing me. Guys, I don't know why this is tickling me so much. You guys are funny.
Tickle.
Oh, that's tickling me. Oh,
Wait, I'll be back in 1 second.
okay. Oh, that's
Grab a
really
vodka
funny.
Red Bull. I'll be right back.
All right.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye. I love how the bruise is just getting the attention. That's like perfect to me. The bruise becoming the #1 thing in that photo cracks me the fuck up. I love it. You know what? I love bruising. Accidentally. By bumping into things. I think this is great. Thank you, Blaze. You're the best. Mog Maxing. Lullaby, thank you so much for the subbies. That means so much. Seriously. Thank you. I cannot thank you enough, guys, for all the support today leading up to Japan. I'm going to be doing as much as I can, getting as many snacks, obviously cards that I can afford, to rip on stream for you while I'm over there, and also vlog. So
Put your ass away, child.
you're the best. I appreciate you.
Angelia
And
Creates just subscribed.
Happy birthday. Happy
Well,
birthday.
happy fucking
Thank
birthday
you.
to you,
I read your happy
gorgeous.
birthday. Thank you for your 36-month sub. 3 years. Guys, a lot of 3 years today. And also, guys, please make sure you're thanking the gifters if you did get one. Please, please, please. What are the comments? Cruising for a bruising. Wait. Came for the Bruiseless Mog Mama. Guys, you are the funniest people on this earth. Genuinely, you guys. This is why I miss you when I go on holiday. I said cruising for you did. I saw that. Where is it? Cruising for a bruising. That's so funny. Added. That's so good. Ghoul, so good to see you. I appreciate you. Thank you for popping in, my love. Morgan! Hey, birthday twin.
Anyways,
How are you? How was your birthday? It
back.
seems like you had a bloody stunning day. I'm glad you got spoiled.
all right, Bruce,
cutie.
let's go.
You
All right,
naughty boy.
Briss, let's go.
Anonymous has gifted a
Breast
sub to
sounds like
Undeezy.
food,
Yeah, you're right. My bad.
like brisket.
Brush Scott. What are we doing now? Is there anything
I don't
fun
know.
on?
I have a set up for Bluegate Day. Maybe we
Bluegate.
can try doing the raider thing and then kill the but it's hanging by that church area. Fuck with the bombardier, kill it, and then get some spotter relays for you.
Should I bring it Wolfbank?
You could actually bring some wolf packs for the Rocketeer that we'll unfortunately probably have to deal with. Maybe I'll make a quick wolf pack. I did.
All right.
I'll make one wolf pack since I have a wolf pack blueprint.
Wait, I should bring a snap hook and just go crazy.
Wait, you should. I should also.
Okay,
I don't have one. I'm just kidding. I wish I did though.
you can.
That'd be crazy if you had extras for your good friend right here.
I mean, you can definitely borrow it.
Nah, you got it.
All right, Briss.
Night? No, Lauren. You got another 30 before bedtime, so you're here still.
Have a look at my stories.
Oh, great. I'm checking right now.
So good.
Bruise. Here for the bruise. Okay, to be fair, like looking back at it, it's the first thing I see.
No, you're right, guys. I'll show you if you're not. Yeah.
It's like okay, chat. For anyone who's like, I'm not understanding this reference, and you're too lazy to check the Instagram, I totally get it. Carla Twitch, is that your fucking thing?
Yeah. Is that your fucking thing, you know?
Okay. Sorry. Like,
Honey. All my well wishes to you too. I hope it went great.
like that's the first thing I saw.
Thank you.
It's not a triple down. It's just right there. And then afterwards, you're like, okay, sure, nice, okay, face.
Okay, sun's
Okay,
safe
vibes.
with my
But it's just right there.
true. It is. It's pretty big.
Damn, Bruce. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But then it's like, okay, then like, what's going on? What's the story here?
True.
That looks like an album cover. Wait, Carla,
What?
should I clone stamp it and just put a million of the same Bruce on your leg?
Yes, you should.
And then a Chris Mel sit somewhere like on,
Yes,
on the
please.
edge of the tube.
Please. Wait. Sit on the tube. Sit on the tube.
I'll just be in the back.
Yes,
Wait, but I'm a
please.
bruise instead of a person.
Wait, put a bruise on your head.
All right.
That's so funny. No, Brandy, say that. Say that. Snappy, thank you, doll.
You thought it was a birthmark or something, not a bruise? Fair.
To be honest, guys, I love that I didn't Photoshop that out for this moment.
No, for sure. And
But
also, like,
I know it's a lot though, because
it's
when
with
I was,
love.
yeah, I know. When I was looking at it, I'm like, holy fuck, that's big, and I don't know where it came from either. But I was like,
No.
you know, why not?
you probably bumped into something in the water.
I literally probably ran into my door.
No.
Wait, make Chris Mel sit
I've-
in the bruise. Wait, sit on my bruise.
Well, I'm not sitting on your bruise.
Oh.
Oh, there's guys over here. I'm gonna play my guitar.
Okay.
Thank you for the sub.
Yay.
Put your ass away, child.
Oh, I'm sorry,
It's
honey.
Hardcore
I'm
just
glad the first
subscribed.
half.
Happy belated birthday.
Sorry about the virus,
Hope
though,
your
doll.
30s
Oh my
are
god.
your best years yet, Carl Silly.
Yeah, yeah.
Hell yeah! Nice shot. Get that thing.
Yeah, get it, get it. Yep.
Oh wait. Oh, for PVE, you're right. Yeah. I don't give a shit. Sorry for cursing.
Oh,
Are you gonna friend
Chavez,
someone?
thank you, doll.
Hell
Thank
yeah.
you. And Chantel, thank you. How are you? Cool, thank you for 50 months.
Carl, we got friends.
I appreciate you. How are you, doll? Yippee! Da, 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 da. Got a bruise on my leg and it's really big. But I'm still mogging on a tube. Cause I'm 30 and I can mog on the tube with the bruise on my leg. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Mogging on a tube, mogging on a breast.
Wet and wild in my 30s on a tube.
Auntie and Unc, we're chopped and Auntie and Unc, we got a breast.
Got a bruise on my left leg and I'm pale as fuck with black hair, so it's very unfortunate to be me.
That's not true.
I gotta shave my big toe sometimes, cause one black hair grows from it. I'm not proud to admit it, but it makes me human, and I also have a lot of cellulite.
You can grab that hair and hold your foot and pretend to be
Biddies?
a
For me?
puppeteer.
Well,
Grow
I
it really
never.
long and really proud. And then move it around
Bruise.
like you're a puppeteer.
Chris, someone died over there. Don't puppeteer me with my big toe.
What if it was really long and you tripped over it and that's how you got the bruise?
Oh, my tummy. If I got into a home invasion, I can struggle and strangle him with my big toe hair. Oh.
Hopefully it's strong like a spider's web. Spider's web. Spider's web.
I shaved it. It's gone. I don't really want to have to shave it, but I'm always scared that the lady doing my pedicure thinks I'm an ogre.
That's okay, I have a patch of hair that grows on my back. It's only in one place.
Is it your lower back or your upper back?
Both. It's a big patch.
Patch of hair and a bruise on my leg. Oh, that hurt my tummy, that did. Oh,
And guys, that's life.
guys, ogres have layers. Thank you, Pixel, for the biddies. Sorry, I was being
Oh,
a huge
oh.
piece of shit.
Oh, Carl, I got 2 sounds in one on that one. Wow.
Really?
That was awesome. That was awesome. Learning so much. Guys, learning is fun. As Miss Rachel once said, we love learning.
God, that's so funny. Oh yeah, I have wolf packs. Kind of went on a
I didn't even know
tangent.
you had a one long hair in your toe. That's crazy.
Nah, it's not really one long hair, but because I am pale and I do have black hair, if hair does grow,
Bro, you're not.
it's okay being
Pale.
pale. I am. I'm translucent, and that's okay.
No.
I did get a sick tan though, guys. Can you tell? I got burnt on my right thigh. It's like a tomato right now.
Tomato.
Tomato.
Sing one Miss Rachel song. A B C D E F G
motherfucking
H I J K.
Mayor
said, hey.
Hey, Mayor.
Hey, that's stolen valor. I work with babies. You're not allowed to say you watch Miss Rachel.
Whoa. Guys. Whoa. No, I got nothing.
Okay, oh wait.
Motherfucking,
Here, shoot this thing.
A rocket clear. Trapper's Glade.
I am a nasty girl. What the hell?
Oh, they're shooting someone else right now. What the fuck? Wait, did I make them shoot at us?
Somebody
Because-
gonna match my freak? Is somebody gonna match Hagrid's freak? Thank you.
Mukeri has gifted
Get
8
your wolf back up there.
Hagrids to viewers.
Nice. Good stuff, dude.
Uh-oh.
Yeah!
Yeah, motherfucking Bruce. Hell yeah.
Good job.
Nasty bruisey. No, I am a nasty bruisey girl. You're right. Thank you so much. I have no shame in my bruises or my imperfections. It's good to learn to love your bod in all forms. Thank you so much for that. Guys, if you were gifted one of the nasty girls, please say thank you. Please.
Play some Bruce Springsteen.
Please.
Australian girl. Okay, there's people over here.
That's really kind.
You want to try doing the buttons over here? Or not really?
Yeah, right.
Hello. Not much, just chilling. Are you guys trying to do the basement shit? They're all over the place. There's sometimes one in this basement.
Real. Nice chair.
You think these guys are friends?
Yes.
I think they're more than friends.
Yeah, there was only,
Yeah.
I only found one in the middle
Alright.
there, one in here actually.
Oh. Oh, the one here? North?
Was that did you find one down there?
One on
There
the
was
ground?
nothing. I'll go check over here.
I'll check
I don't need what's
upstairs.
in the. I don't even need what's in the basement, but I want you guys to get into it. It's awesome.
Yeah,
no, you
he's
are.
cool.
What are you guys' thoughts on bruises? Nah, I'm joking. Come on, man, bring it in.
Have you had a bruise lately?
Bro,
What? Nice. And then we need one more.
yep. Someone died.
Morgan, I truly just love,
There's sometimes
we can be
one or
dumb
two.
bitches together.
Oh, great!
you know? Ugh, that's another bruise. One more button.
Yes, please, Mayor. Feel free. Ask away. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da.
Where's this-
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da.
Where's the last one? What the hell? Do you know
A
where the
whole
last one is?
pack.
Same. Where's the fucking button? Not dumb. Yeah. I choose bruise. Is it over here, maybe? Surely not. That's so far away. Surely not. I will check anyway. Motherfucking Paul. I got the Teletubby song in my head.
Raiders Refuge.
Why are we going to the refuge?
Oh no, sorry. I marked something thinking it was a button.
A button. I can't find this last one. Damn.
Carla, if a baby shit itself and you had to like clean them, is using a whole pack of wipes acceptable? I'm talking 80 plus wipes
Oh my god.
because it's a messy one. I'm sorry for asking this. I'm just curious though.
If that's what we needed to do to get the job done and to make them clean and feel comfortable, then yes. But I feel like 80 is excessive.
So my answer is no. I feel like instead you toss them in the bath and you clean them off that way. Because 80's crazy. Like
Yeah.
10
if I
maybe
didn't
max.
have, yeah, if I didn't have, like, if I was in public, I mean.
Just
like,
me
if
fucking
I-
killing it.
Yeah, exactly. If I was in public and I didn't have a choice, then yes. But if we're at home, yeah, definitely the bath. I just pictured being out somewhere needing to change them. Hello.
Of course, of course.
Yeah, because 80's ridiculous. Like, that would have to be like an extreme accident. Oh, homie.
We got Mark Simpson in the club, guys. There was
Homie.
Fluffy Taco, good to see you. I haven't had you in a while.
My God.
Jazz, thank you.
Mine are normally crispy. I ordered from a place down the road.
Got the whole lobby looking for it.
Yeah, it's not in here. Yippee!
Where the hell was it?
Nice.
Be careful and enjoy it down there, guys. Okay.
Hey, thank you so much.
All right, Carla. Here's the deal. We're gonna go down there and fucking kill everyone. Are you with me?
You wouldn't dare.
Let's do it.
No, you wouldn't.
3,
No, we can't.
2,
No.
1, go!
No, no,
Ah,
no,
no, I'm
no,
joking.
no,
I'm
no,
joking.
no, no.
I'm joking. That's
Hey,
crazy.
Chris. Hey, Chris.
No, 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 no. Don't. Don't. Don't, Carla. You don't want to do this. This isn't you. This is not you. Put that. Step away from that ledge, my friend. What's bro saying? Why is everyone here? What are these lobbies?
I don't know.
Hold on.
Froggy, thank you, doll. Oh, bloody appreciate it. Look at us. Being birthday bitches. Sorry.
Welcome to Raiders Refuge. Hope you guys are having a good day.
You might find some plants here, you might find a bunker, but most of all, you find friendship.
And what's better than friendship? Besides
Bruises.
a glass of whiskey.
Oh, sorry, I read off script.
Refuge Raiders again, baby.
And take me higher.
Wrong, hey, wrong song.
Oh,
Wrong
sorry,
song, wrong
sorry,
song.
sorry.
Alright, got a magnetic accelerator and an osprey.
Yeah,
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. No worries.
that's my goat.
Thank you so much.
Hey, take care now, all right?
Farewell, brothers.
And good luck, fucking Jules. We'll see ya.
Yeah.
Chris, check this
Do
out.
not. Don't. Do not. Stop it. Stop it. Stop. Fucking who? Who? Jules.
Jewels.
Carla? No.
Do it.
Bad. He almost fell. Almost fell. Karma. Almost fell. Karma.
Okay.
You muted this
alright.
whole time. It's from us, super bad, Abby.
Chris sounds like he's talking to a cat. Oh yeah, I'm his 8th cat.
Only have 6.
7th cat. Take
That's right.
me higher. Alright, we should kill something. In game.
Oh my god.
Can I say that? Alright. Where to now? Are we trying to get... Oh, Rocketeers. Oh, let's
Snitch
get another...
scanner.
Let's get another Rocketeer. Let's go. Chris? Christopher! Ignore me if you want to give me 50 subs right now.
I don't. I genuinely don't.
Fuck, okay. Can we
Sorry.
go get another Rocketeer?
Yeah, let's go get one. You have a wolf pack?
Yes, I do, sir.
All right, cool.
And I also have a Showstopper and a Snap Hook.
Yeah, that bruise in your leg. Nah, come on. I'm joking.
Raider flare.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding, man. I'm joking. Carla, did you just get 50 or are you upset what I said? Oh, you just can't get up. Wait, what are you doing? Don't cry. Rocketeer over here. I'm gonna shoot it.
Hell yeah, do it. But like it's 35% off. It's like he doesn't even care.
Okay, or guys, there's no discount here. So I get more actually, so you support the streamer more if you're down.
But AUD and premium cut means I'm getting the same.
But guys, also,
Also,
and-
let me have this.
guys, come on, she's got a wife and kids.
I'm gonna die.
Don't.
Okay. Stone is crazy. Where are these balls coming from? Can I live? Okay.
Crazy comms.
Can you take me higher?
Yo,
Yo.
Us. Unlimited Drinks Karaoke, that song? Nah.
Ooh.
Nah, that'd be too crazy.
I agree.
Bro, the Anvil 4 with the silencer is too good. Look, cat bed, cute.
Where's this Rocketeer? Were you jorking my beans? Guys, who's
And
jorking
that's the
it?
last, and that's the
Hi,
last game
Max. Why you don't?
of the night.
What's wrong with jorking my beans?
Whose loud ass cat is it? Hey, so it does sound like a loud cat. It's actually a machine gun.
Oh.
Extended barrel's where it's at? On the Anvil? How sway? They have that?
Really?
An arc orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing.
Is there another Rocketeer or
10
no?
minutes to get out of there. I repeat, 10 minutes.
Oh, we could do Rocketeer on a 2x map.
You're a 2x map.
Thanks.
Who's that? You want?
Backpack. Here.
Achoo!
Bless you.
That was kind of fake. That was a little bit hammed up.
Yeah, I know.
It was like a real sneeze, but then I went like a little crazy with it.
Really?
Not the shh. It was forced, yeah. Dude, the other day, I forget what it was. I think Shan was either, she had the hiccups. No, she was coughing or yawning.
Dude!
And I said,
Thanks! Oh my god.
and then it
How
was
are
obviously
you?
a
What
joke.
are you playing?
And then I was like, that's a funny bit for like a reel or something.
Welcome!
Like someone who's like, no, it was choking. Like imagine someone choking like next to you.
You're
and
gonna
you're
die.
Shut up.
That is funny. I might die to art. What's new?
It's like a Tim Robinson bit. It's like
my
kind of
God.
been done.
Oh my god. Hold. Hold!
Don't die.
Oh my god, thank you
Don't
so
worry.
much. Sorry, I'm back!
Choking's quieter than people
Hi.
think. True.
What were you playing?
What is that thing still shooting at, bro?
Hello! Welcome in, guys. I'm playing Ark with Chris. Any Ark Raiders in chat? We're addicted.
What's the
Um,
joy?
We're celebrating my 30th today. I just got back from a little weekend away for it.
Wait, you want to find a
um,
Rocketeer?
And we're just vibing today. You yap. Was it yapping day? I miss yapping.
I just shot one. It's gonna come over here in like 3 seconds. Hope you're ready for it.
Okay. Can you put a shield on me?
No.
Okay. Hold.
Yeah, hold on here. Here. Oh, run, Carla! Oh, mother.
We're fine, we're fine. Oh. Oh. Oh, oh, I'm out. Oh, you got this.
Got it.
Nice.
Killed it. All right, I'm out of here. GG's.
Come and get me.
Oh.
Oh. Wait, congratulations. New
She died doing
nephew.
what she loved, and that was
Baby.
fighting arcs. She's dead. She's dead.
Chris, someone's gonna come up behind you and kill you.
Sorry.
Anyway.
You're happy tonight, and that's good. That's a good thing.
But thank you, Jordan. I appreciate that so much. Sorry I'm so distracted
She's
with that
dead.
fight. But I appreciate that. Get Chris in my recording studio ASAP. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, there's a little fucking freak over here.
Surveyor.
That's what I'm saying. Please don't let me stop you.
I hope you settle down. I hope you marry
If
Rick.
you need
What's that
to
from?
look after yourself after your 7.5-hour yap, go hug the wife, all that jazz. I totally understand, and thank you for the birthday raid. That's very sweet of you. Thank you. If you are new here, guys,
Boom!
my name is Carla. I am
Boom!
an Australian
Nice
streamer.
job.
I just turned 30, and I have a few things coming up. We're also going to Japan, Chris and I, and a few other pals. Well, actually, you know all the pals, guys, from D-Tune. So, Banthony, Sasha, Sammy, Whiskey, Chris and I, Shan, Luke.
That's low-key a wrecking ball from the hit game
We're all meeting in
Overwatch.
Japan
True.
and having
Yeah, I
a
played
little
Overwatch today for 4 hours.
fun
Who
time.
am I?
making vlogs and stuff. So I'm very excited.
Carla, you would like it, by the way. New update's good.
Really?
Yeah. Dude, the way you were so not into it when I was like, yo, Overwatch in this Ark, and you're like, I'm down for Ark with like an X.
Well, because I was like,
I'm down for
huh?
Ark.
Head home at the warehouse air shaft.
Did we get...
Let's
oh,
leave.
nice. We could, if there's a ×2, we could get Rocketeers for double. But this is good stuff.
I'm down.
I know, big Japan trip incoming. Can't believe it. But it's good to see you guys. All good, Jordan. Have a great night. Thank
Wait,
you
here, let me
again
give you a
for the
shield.
raid.
Get over here.
You are my guard.
Get over here, brother.
Yippee!
5 minutes left. What the fuck?
Oh, another
there's another
one.
Rocketeer right there. But we don't, it's not double.
I have a
so what's the joke?
showstopper. Yeah, okay.
Now what's the joke?
Okay.
What's the
Raiders,
Joe.
joke?
We should find a double.
5 minutes left. Go find a way
Yep.
home. I repeat,
Ooh, look at that cloud. Oh my god, that's scary.
Uh-oh. Run! Oh, wow.
spotter
Oh, that's a
by the
bombardier.
warehouse.
I want that spotter so bad.
It's a snitch.
There's a spotter over there.
Spotter.
Yippee! Am I on fire from it?
If you run out of time, you die.
You die.
Spotter.
Get over here, brother! Leaving extract with a couple of guys, some strangers, and some new friends.
Strangers.
Welcome back, boys. Yeah, I'm still hitting this thing, no worries.
Wholesome.
How was the rest of your guys' raid? Pretty good?
Yeah, you guys helping my friend steal that bastard.
Of course.
Hi, Alyssa. Thank you. Thank you for all the birthday wishes, guys.
Alright, hold on 1 second, Carla. Hold that door. There we go.
Holden. One more. All right. Let me know. Let me know.
Let's go.
All right. Extracting the mainframe. Yeah.
See you next time.
Meant to say hacking and I said extract.
Bro, these lobbies are so funny.
Yeah, we're getting all the hee ha ha's.
Yeah, I'm down for a hee ha ha if that's fine.
Yeah, I'm also down for a hee ha ha.
Let's see.
What level are you?
I'm max level.
What are you? What's max? 75?
Holy shit, I just got so many
D
points. I just got a snap book.
subbed for 12
Everyone in?
months.
Yeah.
1 whole year.
Grace, it's very fun when they don't kill you for no reason. It's actually
Oh my
kind of
God.
the vibe. Thoughts?
Extracting the main flap.
Wait, Lauren, did you actually wait 30 minutes? Because you did. I'm looking at the time and you literally
Oh.
waited 30 minutes.
Online connection
Bro.
error.
That's so funny. I was actually kidding. I would not have to gift 5 because
Thank
of
you,
that.
Matt. D, thank you for the
Online
prime.
connection error. What does that mean?
I said retry and it worked.
Okay.
Do you want to try and snap hook onto a Rocketeer on a 2x map? Just be crazy with
With a
it.
deadline? Yeah, I'm down. I'm gifting 5. Thank you, Lauren, for being funny with the bit. I told Lauren before not to wait 30 minutes before bed because she said goodnight, and then she did.
Aw,
That's funny.
it's my
All
goat.
right,
Do you
wait, so what
happen
we
to have
doing?
any
Oh, yeah.
more Wasp or Hornet drivers? Or spotter relays?
I might have Wasp or Hornets. Let me see. I have nope. Hold on. I think I might have brought all of them to you that you missed. No offense.
Oh,
Oh,
Wait, I have
hey,
3
you need
Hornets.
anything?
really?
Yeah.
Keep that safe.
So what are we doing? Is what where's a 2-time map?
Let me see.
There are just way too many ways art can get to us.
Hidden bunkers 2 times, which would be smart. Let's
Ooh,
do that. I'm
let's
gonna go
do
piss real quick
that.
first.
I'll get Wolfpack.
And then I'm bringing a deadline and a snap hook, and we're going crazy.
All right. Guys, we're so back. Cleaning Zoomies rocks all the time. I don't know what's wrong with me. But you know what? Sometimes in life. Sometimes in life. You know what I mean? That'll be me at like 12 tonight. All right, be right back. I have a bit of a stretchy.
All right. All right. Let me get my stuff ready here. Anvil, Toro. Whole cracker could be a move too. Snap hook. Lure grenade I'm gonna bring in. Twitch just closed on you? Bro, they hate me. They want me fucking dead. Alright, and then we make a deadline. Explosive compound, how do I make that? Refiner? Need crude explosives, make one of those. Larry, it's really good. I like it. Okay, refiner, let's make some more of these. All right, are you back? What are you doing? I don't know if you're here or not. Guys, don't watch Julia play Aegon right now. She's still at the beginning. She's still at the beginning, guys. Wait a week. No, I'm joking. All right, hidden bunker, go. Anvil, go. I'm ready up. Flens, is Carla gone? She is? Okay. You have trouble watching this kind of game?
I got popcorn. Yippee! You guys are cute. Let me. I was trying to find any snacks that I could grab. Okay. I've got popcorn. I feel like something happened this weekend that I wanted to tell you. I feel like I nearly got robbed this weekend as well. Crazy comms. But you know when you just have like, you know when the vibe is off?
All right, what'd you bring? We didn't really talk about what we were bringing.
Wolf packs up the wazoo. Snap hook.
Okay. I brought a snap hook as well and some deadlines. So this is 2 times as well.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So I need you to watch me try doing the Rocketeer rodeo, and then I want to see you doing as well.
Okay. Although I only have a wolf
Might
pack,
be worth paying. Oh, okay.
but I'll still try to ride one for a laugh.
No, I brought 2 deadlines, so I'll give you one if I manage to do one on first try.
Ooh, okay.
All right.
Well, guys, what could go wrong?
A lot.
Abs, good night, doll. Thank
Also,
you so
if we
much for
see anyone's
hanging.
name that's FR33, we have to murder them
Why?
no matter what. Because they're sexist and
Oh.
shitty at the game and bad.
Okay.
Someone in chat just died. A Hoobsy just died to them
Oh,
for no reason. So
great.
we're gonna start a little bounty of people who were wronged by random names.
Okay.
Yeah. So if we see them on voice comms, bang, boom, bop,
Bam.
boom, bam, fucking boom. You know what I mean? Fucking bop, bop, bam. No worries.
Wham bam. Thank you, ma'am.
Wham, bam. Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am.
Wait, hold on. You want to play horse, but it's us with snap hooks?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, you go first.
Okay. Where'd my snap hook go?
Did bro not bring it?
I didn't move it out of my thing. Is this a bug?
Here you go. That's yours. That's yours, by the way. Hornet
Yeah.
drivers.
Thank you. Oh.
Bro forgot her snap hook. Great.
I didn't change anything from my thing.
Maybe it's gone forever.
That's okay. At least you have the deadlines.
Axel, wait, Axel, it was you and Hoobsy 2v2ing? That does suck, though. I'm sorry that you gotta deal with it. Are those? What are those? Hornet.
Hornet.
Why'd you say it like that?
Who?
I don't know.
No.
My character?
What the hell?
Oh, good.
That
Don't
was really
laugh.
good.
Don't laugh, bro.
I'm not laughing.
Yeah, you are.
I'm
Oh,
not-
ooh. No, I'm just joking.
Ooh. You gotta watch Send Help, by the way.
What'd you say?
You gotta watch Send Help, whatever it's called.
Can't hear you.
You gotta watch that new Rachel McAdams movie.
Oh, I want to watch that actually.
So good.
Did you watch it on a flight, or when you watch it?
I'm waiting for a flight.
Oh, you guys are harried. You guys are married. Sure. Wait, waiting for a flight. What do you mean?
Like, our flight wasn't until the nighttime. We had to check out early.
Oh. Fuck it.
Good movie. I think you will laugh.
Is it where like the people get stranded together and like it's the boss and someone?
Yeah, why not?
Sure.
I have to go up there the slow way. Guys,
Alright, no
popcorn
worries.
is so dangerous.
What is? What's
Popcorn.
dangerous? You eating popcorn?
Yeah, I was like, it's a little snack. Now I can't stop eating it. And now I need a sweet treat next to it. But I can do anything because it's my birthday stream.
True.
And I have a bruise. Use that, my goat! How are you, doll? And Steven, thank you! How are you? Rah.
Wait, is that you shooting?
A turret. Annie,
Okay.
thank you. Guys,
There's normally a tower up here, but not today.
Yusuf. You know what? I'm with you on that one. And look at us.
There's a team
We're
over
doing
here.
it together.
Oh, they killed the
I'm
rockets
sorry
here
to
already.
hear, though.
I think everyone has the same idea, bro.
I know exactly how you feel. I'm sorry.
Everyone's
to hear
killing
that.
rocketeers on this fucking map because of the times two.
I'm coming. Can we beat it?
Can we? What do you mean?
Can we beat them to it? Or is it done?
What's up, gamers? Not much. Nah, I'm just chilling up here. I didn't get knocked by shit yet. Someone got knocked? That sucks.
Do you want to go to a Rocketeer? Do I see one over here?
Hornet down there.
Doing the damn thing. Honestly, stinky brain Dave.
Yo, am I getting knocked or no, Carl? Be honest.
What do you mean?
Those guys thought I got knocked.
You're not
And
knocked,
I
man.
feel like that's what I'm saying. Like, there's no way I give knocked.
You're chopped, but you're not knocked.
I'm chopped,
I'm joking.
bro.
I'm chopped
come on.
too.
No, you just have a big bruise on your leg for no reason.
Oh.
Sorry. You've officially been chopped and screwed. Screwed.
We gotta find a fucking thing.
What does that fucking sound? You want to find a rocketeer?
Oh, Mimi's here. Hi.
I don't give knockers either.
Oh.
Well.
No one's doing the gate. That's so funny. Or hidden, sorry.
Oh.
Chris, where's a Rocketeer?
Bro, they killed it. I don't know. We might have to go towards this.
There by the launch towers.
I'm on my way.
Wait, hold, wait for me. Oh! Ah, shit! I just fucking broke my leg.
Shit.
I fucking just broke everything that I have. All right, let's get close to this tower. There might be a rocketeer here.
Okay.
All right, chat. We're gonna try something crazy. I wanna don't wolfpack it yet. I wanna try doing the snap hook deadline, and then if it fails, then you can wolfpack it. Did you forget a defib or did you bring one?
Activated.
I have that.
Perfect. Okay, awesome. So that's really good. So there's a good chance that what happens is I fall and die.
And I get you up.
Which, yeah, perfect. But that's not gonna happen. We're actually different. So
That's not a ball sack hanging from my backpack. It's lemons.
let me see this.
Don't.
Okay, so
Is it
there's
Saki?
3. So that, yeah, but there's 3, so it's a little different.
Okay.
Yeah, it's lemons.
That's
it's,
funny,
it's a,
Purple. I
what
love
about
that.
mine? What's mine look like?
Like 1 sack.
It's a baseball.
Oh, okay.
You guys have baseball over there or not really? Friendly.
We don't call it that.
Oh, wait. Would you guys be down if I tried rodeoing one?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, if you can find it.
Yeah,
I
we
thi-
haven't found one.
I think we get more points if we work together too for the event, which is cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I want to try snap hooking, deadlining one, and we'll see what happens. I'll probably die, but it
Hi,
might be
Liz.
funny.
It was good.
I got defibs. I got 2 defibs. So you're good. Don't
All right.
mess you up.
We call baseball
If you
round
fancy.
ball bat. No, I've got nothing. Yusuf, I wanted to try and lie.
Just
Sweet.
getting one.
And
Finding
try and-
one is gonna be the problem.
Because
Try
everyone's
and get
doing the
Chris
2
with
times
the
cha-
joke, but I couldn't
2
think of
times right
anything
now for
funny.
it.
Yeah.
Round
We
ball
can-
bat
we
is
can
so
see
bad.
From here, but we ain't seen none yet.
Whack a ball. Okay, I'll see if I can get him with that.
Yeah, this is interesting. They are not showing up. But they respawn typically, so we should be fine. Carl, this guy,
Yeah.
Womb Raider, I've 100% killed or saw him in a lobby before, which is so funny.
I agree.
You recognize that name?
Yeah.
I don't think he might have changed his tune, but he definitely was a piece of. I think Mark, you literally made a comment on his name one time. Was he a piece of shit like a long time ago, or was he fine?
Chris, we have baseball, by the way, but you're not going to like the name.
Cricket,
No. Although, yes, we have cricket too.
Florb,
No.
what is it?
Whack-a-ball.
You don't call baseball whack-a-ball. There's no shot.
Yeah.
There's raiders up on that arrival building in front of us.
Good comms,
Oh,
good
okay.
comms.
They might have gotten the one down there.
No! The mugging Luke.
No, I could. Hold on, Mark. I'll mod you right now for the bit. Mod Dudlick. Oh, you can't mod in here. Well, never mind.
Attention raiders. The east antenna has been successfully activated.
John, listen. He loves it.
I
He
definitely
lies
remember
all the
seeing this guy's
time.
username though on this map too. I'm pretty sure.
Attention all raiders. The west antenna has been successfully activated.
Successfully activated.
The way no one gives a fuck about the actual hidden bunker and everyone's just trying to kill Rocketeers is so funny.
Should we just leave and come back? Do you want to leave and come back? Lemons.
I feel like we
Lemon
honestly
Sacco
might have to just do a
swinging is
regular ass
so
map and not
funny.
the 2-timeser because the 2-timeser everyone's fucking
Thank
trying to
you,
do the same
D-Rod.
thing.
How are you? That's so funny. I say we go in
Saint,
again. And go
Womb
in.
Raider
Oh.
is the name. We've seen it before. I'm trying to remember what it was for. Because if it's a guy who was a piece of shit at one point, might have to go kill him. Nah, come on, I'm joking.
Thank
You know, the name
Purple.
obviously sucks, but I'm not gonna kill someone for a shitty name. So I really want to keep my lobbies.
No, true. I can't
Depends
believe
on the
it's
name though.
already
If there's
passed.
a really fucking crazy name, then yeah, maybe.
Yeah, the username is a choice, definitely.
That one's giving maybe like one headshot and then see what happens.
Yeah.
Like one like bop.
Are we calling this?
Yeah, call it. Boom.
Bad news, Billy Bears. It's offline. We're gonna have to go to.
Let's head home
That's offline?
Yeah.
Ah, great.
We keep doing this
Well,
today.
we're just used to
Oh. Watch
being
it be a
online.
fucking gynecologist IRL. Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, what happened to the XXX names?
Axolotl, you're not wrong.
It's my goat. What do they say? They have goated takes. Well, someone's up there.
A raider, the launch pad.
I think they're fighting someone.
Sometimes if I see someone's name that sucks, I almost like just try to avoid them so I don't give them like the attention that they desperately want.
Yeah,
Because a lot of times that's all they're really there for is like attention.
true.
So I try my best just to fuck off and just go, okay,
A hornet.
you can still do your thing. You clearly suck. Have fun.
True.
But,
and if
like,
it's a
what the
certain
fuck?
type of name, I know it will be banned one day too.
Yeah. But the fact that this guy's name is one that we saw, I think, on this map, I'm curious. Like, is it one that was like a piece of shit to me, or was he fine?
I think it was
I
one
do
of those
remember Mark
names.
mentioning it.
Yeah, one of
It
those
was a
names
crazy
that we were
name.
like, ah, not that name.
Yeah.
We probably killed him.
Either killed him, or he was just talking in a game that we were in.
True.
Hidden bunker's open. You want to go real quick? Nah, I'm joking.
Nah, I'm joking.
I couldn't give three shits about it.
The south antenna has just been activated.
Real.
Honestly, a cold snap could be cool. I need these.
I need one.
I need one too.
There's two, you get one. I get one. Yay. Oh, I need that.
Cold snap's back, dude.
I love how we hated cold snow. Not hated, but we got over it. And then when it left, I was like, aw, I miss it.
It was a harvester map and we were all extracting. Okay.
I'm not there yet. FYI.
With Leah and Saint. Okay. Oh, there's more.
Oh, really?
I lied. That's a snitch. I thought it was a.
Oh, okay. Should I call it?
Yeah, fuck it.
Okay. Yippee!
It was during extract. Okay. So I think his name sucks, but I remember he wasn't like a piece of shit enough
Oh.
in our interactions where I would have remembered him like that. I think like a lot of people were talking and Mark was like, wow, that guy's name's crazy. And that's all I remember. All right, let's see what we got. If we can get
We need,
talk no move.
we gotta get in and get out.
Hidden bunker's the only one, but everyone's doing it for the.
But what if the
Rocketeers. We
next
could
lobby
try-
isn't?
Then that's crazy. Okay, bring a snap hook for this one too.
Okay.
All right.
Hold.
Mark, you really do, and you also say other things too.
Thank you for the
I'm gonna put on my
Thank you
baseball.
for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
Hello?
Fresh
What's
to
up, everybody?
Shiesty
Cool?
Fresh?
just
Oh
subscribed.
shit, this is Daredevil
Happy
1.
birthday.
This is that dude, the Daredevil
Congrats on the dirty
jacket's
30.
sick.
Thank you.
Bro.
Thank you for 4.
Headgear blows ass though.
My absolute goat. How are you? Good to see you. Also, Liz, thank you. What the hell? I had a little haircut and I didn't like it. So I'm trying to figure out how
Abby!
my hair curls now. Not a big deal. It grows back.
It's
But she
true.
cut in layers
Yes!
when I didn't want to.
We needed this.
I'm not a layer girl.
Oh my God, I have
don't
so
like
many ducks.
layers on myself. Fresh, thank you so much.
I'm a duck guy.
Yeah, I just wanted to get
Lauren, are you still with us?
my sides, because once this grows out long, it's hard to style.
Nice
so I
umbilical
was
cord,
like,
thanks.
oh, my ends are a bit like shitty.
Carla,
I'll just
put on
get
this
a little
outfit if
trim.
you have it. It's the one that we've been unlocking for doing PvE.
See. It's not a big deal. But I was just like, oh, damn. You know when you get a haircut that you don't like, but it's not that bad either? I was just kind of, you're just like, oh, there's worse things happening. But damn, I don't like this haircut. You know what I'm saying? Yay, fresh. I am doing good, doll. Good to bloody see. I don't like this one, but I'll put it on for him. Maybe it's with the curls, yeah. Yeah, Lorna. And it's so nice, like, I get, okay. The curls aren't curling that bad, but when it's straight, I don't like the way it looks. And again, it's not a big deal. It will literally grow out in a month, it's fine. But like, I didn't want her to put layers in, and I didn't even notice her doing it until the end. I was like, damn it. No, you're fine, Fresh. Don't apologize. Don't apologize. It's so easy to not go on Twitch sometimes, honestly. Liz.
He looks awesome.
Yeah, I've gotten so many compliments today, and here I am hating it, so...
Alright, it's raining. Are you ready? Soldier.
Yeah, Freedom. I'm so new to haircuts. Like, I usually never get my hair cut when I grow it out, especially.
Are you ready, soldier?
But I need to look. Yeah.
Oh, I forgot to bring heavy ammo, kind of. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, Pixel, right? I feel like I was pretty... I think she was like, do you have layers?
Bro,
I'm like,
if it
no,
snows
I
in
just
Japan,
wanna...
are you going to be okay?
Yeah, let's do it.
Alright. Are you also bringing snow pants and like a snow clothes?
No, I don't have snow clothes.
You're not bringing snow clothes?
No. Stop it.
What if we get like a ton of snow and we can play in it? You don't have anything?
Oh, I'll still play in it. I just gotta run to the B&B
No,
and shower.
you need snow pants.
I don't have. I'm not. You're lying.
When have I ever fucking lied?
Like 5 times a month.
A month?
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
All right.
I just can't believe you're not gonna pack a whole fucking stupid amount of snow pants in your luggage.
It's gonna snow a crumb. You watch.
Even a crumb is a vibe, though.
True.
What are snow pants? They're the pants you would wear. They're like little overalls that you would put on when you were a kid.
You ready?
Yeah.
There's
when it would
2,
snow.
I think.
By the departure
That's a departure building and a wasp.
Okay. We're over here. Should I shoot it?
No. I'm gonna try snap hooking it.
All right, and then you yell,
Marco!
You yell Wolfpack when you think I need to kill it.
No, I'll kill it in one try, I think, if I do this right.
Okay.
Chat, if I fuck this up, don't tell anyone.
Little secret.
Okay, but get close, though, because if I
Okay.
die.
Flower, thank you. How are you, Dom? All right, you got this. Oh.
No worries, no worries,
Wolfpack,
no worries,
Wolfpack.
Carla, no worries, Carla!
Wolfpack?
No, not yet.
All right.
I got this. Let me have a few tries.
Okay.
Hold.
Yeah, nice. Oh.
Oh!
No, you're okay.
Hold on, I'm going again. It's like glitching and not letting me hold on to it. Hold on. Third time's a charm. Is that you? Is it shooting you?
Yeah.
Oh, great. Okay, hold on.
I might die.
Don't instead. Go into that hole.
Shoot Wolfpack. Oh, nice, nice. Shoot Wolfpack, shoot Wolfpack.
Yeah, Wolfpack. I'm getting shot. Wolfpack.
Oh, people are shooting, I think.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh. Oh, they're coming to him. Yeah, shoot him. Where are you?
I'm in here. There's a guy. Fuck me.
Oh, they're shooting him. Oh, I died.
I'm getting shot. I'm getting shot. On me. I got shot by a piece of shit. Piece of shit who has family hates him.
Family hates him. It's crazy. Who
I just
shot
lost
me?
so much.
Slippy Jimmy got me. Who shoots
Slippin'
someone
Jimmy.
who's shooting
Look
a
at Kettle
rocketeer?
1. Oh, eat my fucking hole and ass.
I'm gonna remind that you said that next time I say something crazy.
Round feedback. Hated it. PvP experience. Yeah, Abby, good night, dude.
At least
Sorry.
I didn't get my Wolfpack.
That sucks.
Hi Roth as well. Storm, hello.
Add him to the list.
Yeah, I know. My hair
Bro.
doesn't last long when it's fresh.
All right. What do you want to do? Give me
Free
an
loadout.
option here.
Free loadout, Stella.
Free loadout Stella.
What do we have? What do we have?
Wow. No, I'm down. There's nothing else really.
When's
There's
the next
matriarch.
two
We get-
times?
27 minutes.
And the matriarch is on now?
Matriarch, we could go on and just try looting anyone, or killing.
And Rocketeers.
Yeah, but I don't want to do any more Rocketeers because it's not 2 times.
Oh, I thought. Wait, matriarch's not 2 times?
It's not. Yo, good night, Judgy. Let's do
Alright.
Stella free loadout and see what the vibe is, and if people are weirdos or funny.
Okay.
All right.
I love a free loadout, Stella. Fresh.
I can't believe that.
Strive, thank you.
I almost
you're
wonder if the
well.
guy who was asking if anyone needs a defib was being a piece of shit and like lying, or if he was genuine and like a good
Oh.
guy.
Probably a little piece of shit. Thoughts? Also, is the max thing 75?
And Vandalite, true. Yeah, I've been 75 for hours.
Oh, so 75 max. Oh, we've done it then.
Yeah. What? Yeah.
I'm
Oh, you're
75.
you're also there.
I love how we're
It
75.
felt
and,
baity.
We're ready for the
the guy-
thing. Oh,
Sorry. The guy shut the fuck up once I was like over here, and then I said, and then he I think he locked in to shoot, and then I was like, you're a fucking weirdo. Then the guy didn't say anything else. I think it was him.
Oh,
The guy who was like, anyone need a defib?
great.
Slipping fucking Jimmy.
Exactly.
Goddamn loser.
Exactly.
All right. Are we aggro or are we good guys right now?
Well, we're gonna see what we get, I guess. It would be nice to get a little bit of PvP action because it's free, but also I don't want to fuck up our lobbies.
I don't care. I'm going on vacation.
Specific part I need, but except for its model number, most information.
Oh my god! I just got so much stuff. It's not even funny.
You can find the
Nice.
original
Oh,
documentation
holy shit!
What'd you get?
Dude, it's so much stuff.
Hey, back off. God damn it.
Inophilium blueprint. Oh! We've gotta leave. We've gotta leave, Carla.
Oh, Chris. I have a Stella
What?
Montes archive key. We gotta come back when it's night time. We gotta go.
Okay. I got a crazy fucking blueprint, but I also don't care. It's
gotta
already
go.
on it. We could go, or we could stay.
I like this key that we have though, the archives key.
True. 2 balls. Oh shit.
I went to the Gold Coast, Liz. I haven't been since I was 17. It was actually perfect
Best blueprint
weather.
to get, honestly, I think Wolfpack's up there. Like,
Ooh,
not
yeah.
even, like, meaning aside. You want to leave? Let's go this way.
I think we should leave, to be honest. And then we can come back in with a mini build and go to the archives room.
Oh, she's got style, guys.
Yeah. Yeah.
She's got style. She's got a bruise.
Kitty.
Oh, Saint. All right, man. Why'd you say kitty? Mia
'Cause-
with you?
Yeah.
Hey, Mia.
We're gonna meet her before she dies.
I will.
All right, good.
Happy you met Pebble.
Me too.
Me too.
Me like,
Sorry. Like, oh, whoa.
whoa, whoa.
You almost didn't.
I know, but I did. Pebble girly. I'm trying to think what funny pics I have from the weekend. Do I have any funny pics? Apart from my bruise? Whoa, whoa. Sorry.
Bless you.
Thank you. Thank you, Gray. I
How's
can't
everyone
believe
doing?
we've leveled up. Crazy.
Yo, you guys friendly or are we fighting? Be honest.
I'm not there, be careful. Ooh. Look at my throat. I always miss one. Oh,
Bro. I made a fucking whole ass shredder go down here
what?
to this guy.
Coming.
All right, to the team, the two dudes at the bottom of the zip line. Are you guys friendly? Can we
Gray,
pass?
We're all young in here. Whoa, whoa. Whoa.
I'm trying to get to the
whoa.
seed vault the seed vault air shaft with my Aphelion blueprint, if that's okay. All right, Carl, you go down there first.
There's a
See if they're
shredder.
freaks or not. I can see their shadows. They're right here.
Down there.
I see their flashlights. They're being freaks. There they go. I see you walking, dude. Are you weird or good?
We want
Carl,
friendship.
you have any grenades? I'm throwing a fucking grenade. Fuck these fucking idiots.
Crazy, I said we want friendship and I do that.
They're weird. They're weird. We have to shoot them.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I think they're out there. You run across that way, and then if they try shooting from behind, I'm gonna pop them in the head. Okay. Never mind.
I'm doing the small fire.
Okay.
Right? Oh.
This guy's gonna be right near us.
They're probably
I see
just scared. Okay, they're leaving.
Be careful. There's weirdos. Be careful.
Hakuna
What's up?
Matata.
There was weirdos before. We saw
Aristotle
some.
just resubbed for 32 months. Dirty 30, flirty and thriving.
Hakuna.
I'm touching this.
Touch
I'm a
it.
good guy.
Touch it.
I'm just happy to be here.
Touch it up.
I shot the bull-headed fuck once. I'm sorry.
I threw a fire thing.
I shot the bullhead, the bull cut, whatever the fuck you call it.
Okay.
I had to. I should have shot him once. I'm sorry.
Well, I got a Stella thing now. Do you want to do a mini loadout for Stella?
Let's do a mini loadout for Stella and say nothing. God damn it.
Is there anything? Is there a night raid?
No, there's not. You know this.
Well. Okay.
Why'd you like bark? Kinda. That was unfortunate.
I didn't do that at all.
Guys, thank you all for hanging tonight. I really do
Thank you
appreciate
for
it.
30. Thank you. 32. Thank
Put
you,
your
I
ass
appreciate
away,
that.
child.
And Maddie, thank you so much. Okay,
Madison
resubs.
Fuss just
I
subscribed.
don't trust him.
Happy
Crawling's-
belated
Neither
birthday,
did I.
doll.
Neither did I.
Let's see here.
I'm gonna bring this.
I'm
'cause I
bringing
want to.
a mini vibe.
Boom, thank you. Bark for my dogs. I got that
Gotcha.
dog in me. That's what my dog sounds
I'm
like.
bringing a shotgun and an anvil in, or is that too obvious?
Nah, fuck it. Let's do it. We've already done the expedition. We may as well just go YOLO.
Yeah, you're fucking right, brother.
I'm gonna bring Stella Montes archive key.
Why were those guys being so weird before, though? Low key, dude.
I know. Wow. It's really nice. Should I bring a key? Well, no.
Yeah, bring it.
Like a hatch key as well?
Yeah.
Okay. Yippee!
I have not touched mutagenics yet. I'm gonna wait to play it on my flight. I think I'm gonna love it, like low key.
Low key.
It seems like a game that I'll really like, but I know it would be frustrating to explain on stream over and over again, so I didn't want to like bother. Keep it a stack. Like it's one of those games where it's like, hey, you know.
Fair.
Like I know it'd be a dope vibe, but it's just it's so tough to it's not easy to understand. Like for me, I don't even know what the fuck's happening. So I'm not gonna bother with it, kind of.
Fair. Thank you for the resubs, guys. How
That's
are
how
you?
Balatro
And
was
Josh,
for a
I
minute for me
know.
too. Like when I would
Boom,
play it on
thank
stream,
you.
people were like,
What's
"Someone,
the
I don't
hot
get it,"
goss?
and it's like, yeah, that's fair.
Hello.
It's kind of a little strange, no?
This might be my second last stream before Japan, but I'm hoping I can do 3. I'll do whatever
Alright,
extra I can do before
Anvil,
I go.
Toro,
in the middle of
we
like
being pieces of shit, or what's the vibe?
doing some plans. I want to go to the archive room.
Okay.
That might involve us being a little freak. It depends if people are freaks.
All right, I'm down. I got a sexy build. I'm down for it.
I'm gonna bring a door blocker. I'm so glad I've done the expedition. I feel so relaxed. Nothing matters anymore, you know? If we can prank someone,
that's very true.
that's an extra. Look at us, all done before Japan.
Oh wait, are you bringing wait, Raider flares and we have them blast off like in the fucking archive after we loot it?
We could, but you can't put a door blocker on that. But I'm down to bring some Raider flares. I'll bring 2.
Bring some.
Fresh. Post expedition bliss. Thank you. What on earth?
Post expedition bliss.
So true. So true, actually. Thank you so much for the biddies. That's really fun.
Are you in the
Thank
lobby
you.
tomorrow that Whiskey's doing, or do you not know about that?
He did ask me, but I don't know what the game is. What is it?
So we're doing PAL games. I think we're doing like Jackbox and other stuff with like everyone.
Everyone like Japan? Everyone?
Yeah, like our whole Japan crew. Like we're all gonna stream together.
Nice.
Which I think will be fun if you're down for that.
Yeah, it's 9 p.m., right?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, I'm down.
Yeah.
So down. I want to play the sound one again. Happy support? No, seriously. I appreciate that a lot. This is like, I've been saying this a lot, but I cannot stress enough. This is like the first time in 8 years. I've never had this much time off. It's a bit YOLO of me, honestly. But yeah, I appreciate it immensely because I don't get to stream as much this month. So that's, yeah, you're the best. Thank you. Let's go down here straight to the room. Oh, right here. Perfect. Okay, great.
Yeah, you're good. We're doing nothing over here. No worries.
That's so weird you can come back here. I heard you guys spawn. I didn't want to.
Oh,
You're good. You're good. No worries. Thanks, man.
bye.
Bro called you boy. Bro thinks I'm playing with like a 12-year-old. What the fuck?
Okay.
Oh my god, I got so much good stuff.
Nice.
I got a defib blueprint. Do you have that yet?
Yeah. I've been making them.
Oh, nice. Ooh, there's a door blocker in there if you want it.
Another one.
That's my son? Nah, come on.
That's my son.
Trigger grenade, medium gun parts, blaze grenade. Bro, the loot in here is actually kind of crazy.
I want more loot. There we go.
Bones.
Thanks, Lena. I appreciate it. I'm really excited as well. Obviously, in a good way, because I know a lot of you are like Carla, but I'm excited because you'll get vlogs and I'm going to stream as much as I can over there while still having a break. The streams won't be long, probably like 2-hour streams if that, talking about our day and just chatting and catching up. So, they'll be small, but they'll be fun.
I am a nerd. No, you're not, dude. Come on.
Hey, Rob.
Imagine.
Oh, man, we're the same dudes. We're just heading out.
Same dudes.
Same day, different day, man.
Yep, so
Same
true.
time, but different.
Real.
Same but different. I love
The
Hey,
same
Fat
dudes
Granny,
is
why
so
does your
funny.
friend not talk?
Oop.
You play with your you play Ark with your uncle sometimes? That's awesome. Congrats on having an unk.
Aw.
Whoa. That's crazy. Wait, you can warp that? That's crazy.
The bingle?
Sorry. Who's this?
What the hell? Thank you so much.
Oh, I thought you were
What on
a
earth?
different
Bingle
squad.
has gifted 10 subs.
Oh my god.
Carla, I might need your help. There's weirdos here.
On me way.
She's gone.
I'm here. Right behind you.
Okay.
Let's do this thing. I'm gonna call it. Thank you so
This creeps near
much.
me.
What is that for?
They might be chilled out. I can't
That's
tell.
super, super, super generous. Oh my god. Thank you so much.
A marble ass over there.
Thank you.
True.
I really appreciate that.
All right, what'd you just call?
I'm calling the yellow thing.
Oh, great.
The bing, boom, bing. I come in piss.
Was it over there? Anything good?
Chris. Chris, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
What'd you get? What'd you get? What'd you
boy.
get? Tell me, tell me, tell me, tell me.
Chris, I
What'd you
got
get?
Fresh
Bobcat,
to
Bobcat.
Two
Shiesty has
Bobcats.
gifted a sub to Babingle.
You're fucking
I'm
fibbing.
not
Two?
fucking fibbing. Here's yours, bro.
What?
2 Bobcats.
I need ammunition.
What's the ammunition you need?
Light.
Oh, I don't have light. Maybe down there in the thing I opened.
Shit, I'm going down real quick. 2 Bobcats is crazy.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Huh? Wait, did you? I need to see a clip. There's no light. It's all medium
Okay.
or heavy.
Oh my god. We should go. Wait, Fresh, thank you for gifting us
What are the
to
chances?
Babingle. I like that name. I like that name.
Sorry.
Oh,
Snort.
Bruce.
Bruce.
Bruce. Thank you so much. A great
There's
name.
dudes over
No,
here.
seriously, that's really nice. Thank you. Floral.
What's up,
thank
boys?
you.
Friendly as well.
You're a gem on Twitch. And
Remember when I used to go friendly or fuck you?
Oh, Floral, you can't
Should we
be
leave?
nice. I'm
Carl,
gonna
let's fucking
miss
leave.
you guys so much. Yeah, let's go. Where are you?
Where are the lecture notes?
This is why I'm gonna miss you
leaving in 6
guys.
seconds.
What the hell?
Thank
Thank you. That's so sweet to say. Thank you everyone for everything as well.
Oh!
Literally spoiled. I can't wait to like come back and
Oh shit.
do a little presentation. Oh my god, I'm dying.
This is closed.
It is. I'm so dead. Oh, there's a shredder. I'm dead.
Sarah
no.
underscore Schmazzy just subscribed.
No, you're so funny.
Oh my god.
All right, let's get out of here.
Oh my god. Oh. Huge, thank you.
Good job.
Nice.
Oh,
Oh my god. Wait. Oh, sorry.
where's the
Little
next place we
presentation
can
with
leave to?
photos. Oh my god, floral.
Seed vault
Yes,
or loading bay?
exactly. Exactly. Because I'm gonna be taking
Seed vault
film photos
is-
too. That was stressful.
Let's head home at the Seed Vault air
Sarah, thank you. Thank you for this
Over here.
hype train as well, guys. I cannot like.
What a Boston.
Oh.
How you doing, man?
Yeah, I cannot tell you like. I hate even saying it, and I just mean it. How much weight you're taking off my shoulders. I
It's so
don't expect
interesting how
you
we
to
had
do
people who
this.
suck
This is my choice
when we
to
did like
do
the
this
hidden
as a
bunker thing, but
job.
then we have people who are like so nice.
And
It's so
The amount of time off
random.
I'm having is kind of unheard of for what I do. So, just everything you've chosen to do for my birthday, please know how much I appreciate it and how much I don't expect it, but how much it also helps. And I can't wait to give you heaps of bloody good content in return from Japan. I'm very excited. Film!
Gonna get a
Andrew,
bobcat.
thank you for thanking. I know, we
I
got
think we can go
two.
this
That's
way, maybe.
crazy.
2 and 1. I've got to see your reaction.
I know. I think I was like, like trying to like mute in game because I was about to be like, Chris.
You won't believe it.
Yeah, the word art.
Stuck it.
Sarah, I'm in my fields.
Stuck it again.
Nice.
I sound like Elvis. You did kind of sound like Elvis there. Oh,
Oh, mama. You know,
Mama,
mama,
no.
no.
Friendlier.
Yoo-hoo.
I'm gonna start saying friendlier when people say friendly. Thoughts?
Hello, good sir. Pals, what you doing?
Get it?
Ooh, harvesting, nice.
Bro, you're being a suck up.
What? Shut the fuck up.
Bro's being a goody two shoes teacher's pet right now.
Oh, okay, fine. Let's just get our bobcat stolen. No worries.
You're right. Follow me.
Okay. Chris, I'm gonna die. Oh, no, you're gonna die.
Don't. No, I won't. I don't die.
You're right.
I'm different. You die though.
That's so cruel.
Oh my God! No way. There's a random person. There's a random person there.
Yeah, they're fighting it. You got this, boys, I believe. No! If my friend gets me up, I can get you up with the defib. Hold.
I got a defib. 1 second, sir.
We've got a defib each. Okay, beautiful. I'll get the one on the floor.
Not on my watch, brother.
Come back! Oh my god, that was a crazy shredder.
Bro's name's low-key weird. We should leave. We brought back a weirdo. A machine guy's cool.
Gotcha. Woo! Oh my god.
How do we fucking get out of here?
Bye, Liz. Yo, my god. Babingle is such a good name. Nice.
All right. This
Don't
whole fucking map is a nightmare. Can I say that?
Yeah, are you wanting to go to the thing so I can take us?
Safe window is closing.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the fuck out of here, and I just never know how to.
Turn to
Okay.
Speranza. I repeat, 10 minutes.
It's like the Winchester goddamn house in here.
All right, let's go. Nice callback.
Thanks.
You with me? All right.
Paranormal detour down under.
Down under.
Yeah, where are you? Oh!
Oh,
No worries. I died.
choo-choo. Thank you, guys. That was really sweet.
Oh, wait. Where are we going?
Tee. I'll guide us.
Please.
Follow me, sir. Have no one... Oh.
Your house is haunted as fuck? Dylan, even if that were true, which I'm not doubting, ain't no way Datoon's gonna fly all the way to Australia to go to someone's house. It's gotta be like a fucking...
Like a train station or something.
It's gotta be a landmark. Like, you know what I mean? Like, even if your house is
Help.
the most haunted place in the fucking world.
Help.
Because that
Thank you.
flight's not cheap. You making me lasagna, though? Okay, now that's different.
Oh.
Okay, now, now why didn't you say that first? Now, hold up. Wait a minute. Put a little 1-2 in it. Okay. Heels.
Oh.
You gotta leave with a lasagna.
Lasagna?
Central corridor. Follow me. Lasagna. Have you ever
Wait,
had?
are we going... Yeah, we're not going to the thing?
We are, but that's not the right way.
Oh.
Seed vault is down here, I think. Oh!
Mildred.
Who the fuck is Mildred?
Dylan's house goat. House goat?
Oh.
Ghost, sorry.
Brooklyn Goat. Mildred is such an old ass name, no offense.
Yeah, that's Trivia Murder Party's
Like-
Great Aunt Mildred.
Oh, yep. Bro, I'm not trying to go this way.
Fucking choo-choo.
She laughs in the night. Dude, that's crazy.
Oh my god.
Seed vault this way. Anyone else reload after every shot, or am I a cod
Me,
piece
I
of
gotta
shit
stop
from-
doing that.
Yeah, same. Like I'm such an R
Open
Andy every
doors.
time I shoot. In any game I play, even.
Yeah, no, I'm the same. I gotta stop doing it. Motherfucking
You do that always in
fuck.
Fort. Guys, raise your
Lasagna.
hand if you're a victim of Call of Duty and the reloading that constantly happens.
Nice. Come in here, come in here.
Go, close it. Nice, close.
Nice. Yeah. Oh, there's another one here.
That's okay. Kill this one. You got any snaps?
No.
Oh! Carla, it's up to you.
Okay.
Oh, you can't stand in front of it when I'm not, because then I die. Nice job. That's my friend. That's my friend!
Wait. I have a defib. Hold. Sorry.
Defib!
Alright.
She's got a bruise on her leg. Don't call her a leg bruise.
Talia, thank you. Molly, I would kill for lasagna.
No, Sam, it's not like Tarkov.
Yeah, I COD reload
If
all
every
the time.
time you
if
reloaded,
I'm-
you lost your full mag, that would suck, bro. Imagine.
It's my gore.
If it was like super realistic like that.
True.
Troy.
Try.
I can't believe we have bobcats. Marco.
Paulari. All right, we go.
Oh my God, the level's shaking.
All Raiders, arc on screen. 5 minutes left. Go find your way home.
It's not even midnight yet, guys. What an early night. Nah, I'm joking.
Wait, is it actually not even midnight?
It's just at midnight.
Oh,
Happy February 12th.
12 here.
Been live for 9 hours.
Oh,
Let me
that's
know
the
about it.
Bobcat? The Bobcat game. Yeah,
Bobcat.
Bobcat. Guys, 2 Bobcats from that. Just cash.
Should we bring the Bobcats in and see what the vibe is?
True. What levels do we have?
Oh wait. Spaceport Cold Snap. We could try doing more Rocketeers again, or is it risky?
Ooh, yeah, I'm down. Fuck it. But only if you're okay to lose your Bobcat.
Well, no, I want to see if I can make a snap hook.
Great Stellar Raids tonight. Guys, sometimes I have a good idea.
Oh, I need 2 ropes. How do I get ropes?
Right.
Oh, I could buy them. I'm making a snap hook.
Thank you, Virgo. How are you, doll?
I want to try doing a snap hook deadline again.
Okay. We're going cold snap though, right? Because I'll bring some wolf paints.
Yeah, cold snap, yeah.
Explosive compound. Oh, I need everything, don't I? Jesus Christ. Oh, wait, no, I have wolf packs because I put it in my
I'm
safe
gonna go piss
pocket.
real quick.
Get it out.
Be back 1 sec, gamers.
I have 3 wolf pack, guys. 3 wolf packs. Cold snap one off. Snap one off. Yeah, exactly right. Put that there. Bring in a defib, otherwise Chris will yell at me. Raider key. Fuck it. Damn, I gotta get more power cells. Oh wait, fuck, I gotta try that. Apparently it's so good.
Back again, huh?
Oh. Why not?
A working shield keeps the bullets away from you. Oh yes, all yours now.
Oh, he gives me the creeps, guys. He gives me the heebie-jeebies. Oh, you know that's good. I have these. Yeah.
You look like you're thinking real hard.
Lance. Oh, wait. Fresh, have a beautiful night. Thank you again for your kindness. I really appreciate it. Have an absolutely stunning night. I'll see you soon. Stunning. I can't believe that guy on the phone said, they were peanut butter and jealous. I can't believe that. Thank you. That's what I heard, yeah. I heard that they're doing a little collaboration. Little collaboration. Guys, I still can't get over how funny that Bruce thing was earlier. Call Bruce. Saint. Oh, that's so funny. I'm still looking at these. Oh. What a time, guys. What a time. You make me laugh. That was hilarious. Yeah, no, I do want to check out Overwatch. Maybe I'll try some later tonight. I gotta do some things. I gotta do some things before Japan. Oh my god. Lukey, enjoy your lurk as well. Guys, once again, I actually didn't expect to be doing a full ARC stream today. Usually on my birthday I do so much more, but I was like, you know what? I think I'm going to keep it chill. I don't want anyone to feel any pressure. So I decided on just like pretty much a nothing stream. And by that, I mean just I'm here, you know? But I'm back tomorrow. We're gonna do, I think, games with Gran in the morning into a PAL lobby, I think. I'll try and start before Gran so we can have some yaps. And then we'll have Gran time. And then I think we're doing PAL Jackbox. And then after that, I'll probably do an Arc cap. So I'm guessing, unless Gran wants to do something
Look at this
else,
little smile. Are you kidding me?
I'm guessing we're doing
Look at this little
DBD
smile.
PAL Games Arc tomorrow. Potentially. That's the plan.
Just happy to be here, bro.
What were we doing again? Cold snap, cold snap.
Cold snap, sorry. Let's see real quick. How long?
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
Oh god. I was gonna sneeze.
Mortivane just subscribed.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, birthday cake emoji.
Birthday cake emoji. Thank you so much. Oh
2 little
my
pink noses.
god. Thank you for one whole
pinks.
year.
Look at the little pink
Bleh.
noses.
Thank you. Thank you for the blessings. I've been sneezing a lot lately. I'm a little sneezy gal. And I won't lie to you. My zipper's down.
Carla's like, all right, let's do this.
Yeah. No, it's okay.
Can someone clip or screenshot them kissing like that? That was cute. All
Oh,
right, hold on.
kisses.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna try doing some crazy shit, and then I want you to also. I'm not bringing my Bobcat in though. No offense.
No, I'm not. I'm just bringing my wolf packs and stuff.
Okay.
Ooh,
Stick headphones, thank you,
smoky
dude. They're
eye.
Gengars. If we hit 3333, we're doing a giveaway. And Carla's also gonna put hers on too if she hits 5,000.
Oh my god.
Nah, I'm joking.
You crazy.
I'm jorking your peanuts. Cold snap. All right, guys. If I manage to do this, we have to go crazy.
We have to go crazy. We
But only if I manage.
gotta.
If I can't do it, then I'm a wacko.
A little silly Billy.
I'm a fucking whack job if I can't do this.
You little 1-2.
Okay, here we go.
Come on, I really want 2 Rocketeers on double.
Rocketeer would go crazy.
Because if we lock in
Mhm.
with this trial, it means we'll be promoted while we're in Japan.
That would be crazy.
Little promotion.
But yeah, guys, I don't know if Whiskey said anything yet or if anyone else said anything, but I think tomorrow we're doing a little lobby with a bunch of pals who are going to Japan. So Sasha, Sammy, Whiskey, Banth, Carla, myself. And I think the plan is we're doing Jackbox. So we're going to have all of our communities together for Jackbox, which could go
Yup.
incredibly well or the opposite. We'll see what happens. I'm
Imagine
excited.
the audience, though. Heaps in the audience.
Heaps in the audience. At least
Heaps.
500.
Oh,
Nah, come on.
500. Minimum.
Men.
Man.
Among Us could be cinema. Bro, Among Us?
Only 3D, and even then, I know they won't play it. Maybe the other game, though. The, Protocol one?
Hope you're close to the
That would be funny, or honestly, Gardic Phone would hit, but maybe I'm a little bitch.
Yeah, true. You're not a little bitch.
I love Gardic Phone, dude.
True.
Sorry.
Wish I had a drawing pencil.
Bro, you don't need it, man. You're different. Come on.
Thanks. Oop.
Oh, some lemons and some candleberries.
Sad. Hello. How are you, doll?
Among Us is gone. She ain't coming back.
Gone.
Nuke, I'm saying, dude. And I have every Jackbox ever made, so I could host if people want.
Whoa.
I probably should host, because Whiskey has internet problems most of the time. No offense to him. And Carla's on 4,000 ping. And Banth's stream room is 400 degrees.
Oh, not the degrees.
And Sammy's a good person.
True. Alright, let's find a Rocketeer before someone grabs him.
Wait, it's gonna be. Oh, I'm going inside. It's too cold.
Oh, yeah.
I'm freezing.
Fuck, I forgot about that.
Yo, Amanda, thank you, dude. You're a good person as well. Bello! Carla Bello!
Come on, give me some noises.
What?
I want a noise. I'll take one noise.
No, Carla, when I say Bello, what do you say?
Bello!
Yup. That's right.
Wow.
Good job.
Thanks.
Wait, how do you know that?
Oh, it's everywhere, you know?
What do you mean it's everywhere?
It's everywhere.
No, it's not.
Alright, we gotta find a Rocketeer.
Bellori. Bellori.
Bellori. Bellori.
Boom.
Boom.
All right, boot up fort. Wake up, dude.
Oh, sorry. Did I fall asleep?
You know what's crazy? You were
Yeah.
such a clamorer for fort for like 8 months.
I know. Nah,
And
I
now
would
you're
still...
snoring on it.
Nah, I'd probably have a good time.
Wait, say DBD real quick. Please say it real fast.
DVD. Great. Baba Booey.
Baba Booey. Nah, DBD's honestly still doing it. That's awesome for them. It's cute.
Yeah. There's a leap over here. Does a wolf pack kill a leaper?
No. It'll hurt it, but it doesn't kill it.
What kills it?
I mean, you could try wolf packing it once. You gotta toss it above in the air, though. You're gonna freeze, though. Be careful.
Oh no. Someone's shooting me, or is that you?
That's me. Maybe you might be getting shot also. I don't know.
Oh no.
I'm just happy to be here. Really good. Oh, Leapers is Leapers is also one, dude.
Yeah, that's why I'm doing it.
Yeah, right.
Oh, I'm
careful.
gonna die. Okay, I gotta. Oh, not good.
That's
Not
that's
good. Not good. Not good. Not
That's
good.
He's right in you. Oh my God. Get out of her. Stop it. Stop it. Kill him.
I'm running.
Ew, he's ugly.
Oh,
He's all fucked up.
you should die in here.
No, don't die in there.
No, he should.
I'm just shooting where the fire is. You were here for 9 hours, bro. GG's. Appreciate you. Seriously. Alright, I'll let you kill. I need to go get some warmth. I'm freezing.
Where is that man?
Me when my dad says he's going to bed. I don't know.
That's right.
But no worries. How was Overwatch earlier? Honestly, it was pretty good. I got to play the game a lot.
Really?
If I can be humble for a second.
Sounds like you. A humble
Oh,
gamer.
okay, okay, Bruce.
That's crazy.
I'm gonna start calling you Bruce.
That's so funny.
I didn't try Stadium. I played it in the past, but I didn't play it on stream.
Okay, Bruise.
That's like so stupid and like fucked up.
But kind of
Okay,
funny.
man. That's funny. It's actually really funny. What does that sound? That's a freak.
That's a horn. Oh, we gotta find the thing.
That is not a horn. That's got to be a Rocketeer.
We need to find
Oh, there it is. Another. Oh, people are killing it.
no.
It's another Lipa, and they're hitting it with wolf axe.
We need to find a rocketeer.
There you go. Guys, how's Julia doing in egging on? Is she popping off, or is it a rough time?
All right, we gotta find a rocketeer.
There's none, bro. It's over.
No, there is.
Oh,
Oh shit!
follow me.
I gotta get some warmth.
Okay. She's at a factory? Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Yo, Basil, thanks for watching 3 streams in a row. That's awesome.
Oh
I'm gonna
no.
warm up real quick. I'm freezing my little ass off. What?
Never mind. But I was about to die.
Don't die, man.
I can't die.
What's dying? Cringe, right?
Cringe.
That's right. Bro, those aren't loser numbers. If you watch even one stream here and there, that's sick. Don't ever feel shame for your streaks. That's crazy talk.
Yeah.
Absolutely fucking crazy talk.
Exactly. Why isn't my thing going away?
Yo, what up, chicken bacon?
Oh no.
Where's Ranch at?
Wow, you're so funny.
Thanks.
Guys, he's married.
Yeah, so what?
Oh, someone's here. Hello? Hello, good sir. Bit chilly out.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, dude, there's fucking Rocketeers dead everywhere.
I might die here, Chris, but we'll see. Hopefully not.
Why is it a creep?
There's just a team on me. I'll leave.
What? Tell them you're cool.
I did. I think they're good.
Okay.
But they looked a bit creepy.
Yeah, they were giving creep. Yo, chicken bacon, you in here?
Yep.
Chicken bacon ranch.
Chris, I just got a kinetic converter in a random locker.
Huh? Carla, your luck with that is crazy.
What the hell?
Think not so fast. Once again, though, we had the same idea as everyone else.
Same brain cell, Lexi and Dill.
Yo,
I ask. I know, what the hell?
what's up, boys?
Don't shoot.
Hello.
I'm trying to rodeo this goddamn Rocketeer, but everyone's killing him. Wait, this skin's sick. You just got it? That's awesome. That's fire, dude.
Why not?
Nah, the drip's crazy.
Oh,
Drip's
yeah.
crazy. No worries, no worries.
A lot of people dying in there.
Oh, it's real. God damn, bro's out here doing what he has to do. This is how I stay warm. No offense.
Hey, fellas.
You guys IRL friends or what? Or online buddies?
Aww.
Hell yeah, dude. Isn't Ark fun? Ark's kind of a blast.
Yeah, it's the best game ever made.
Aw.
All right.
Agreed.
Well, hey, Ocarina of Time would like a word.
That's gotta
All
hurt.
right. Yeah, do what you got to do, man. I'm out of here. Have a good night. Nice meeting you guys. Carla, they loved it. They were so stoked.
Yeah?
Bro, you know what's crazy about this game? Like, I'm not this social IRL, but in a game, I'm like, yeah, what's up, dude? You know what I mean? Like, I can be social in real life, no worries. But like, I'm not going to because everyone's doing their thing. But like, this, oh, I can hear Rocketeer, by the way. But this game like invites conversation, if that makes sense. Thoughts?
No, you're true. You're true.
Thanks.
I don't talk normally on multiplayer games,
Yeah.
so I get that.
Yeah, bro was definitely 23 and had no clue what the Ocarina of Time was. That's okay though.
Tanya.
He was like, all right, Unc, shut up, go to bed.
Hello.
Carla
Thank you for 41. Not. I haven't
get you
played,
class
but when I
clown
watched
vibes?
it, it was
Great.
fun.
Wait, Carla, watch this.
Where are you?
Are you watching? Are you watching?
Yeah. Where's the Rocketeer?
It's not.
Are you doing something else? Okay. Go, I'm watching. Did you put it on? Oh, nice.
I'm cool! I'm a cool fuck!
You're so cool.
That worked! Holy shit! Yo, loot all that. You take everything. That was sick! He died.
He is dead.
That was cool as shit! Take all that stuff.
All right, Santa.
That's my middle name.
Oh my
No,
god.
it's not.
I know.
Good stuff, at least?
We got some stuff
Holy
here.
shit. That thing died to one deadline. I'm down.
Oh, I gotta be.
You wanna try it? You wanna do that to the queen? Yeah, the queen's a lot. You have to get right on her core. You gotta get right on there. Bro, chat, that was fire.
That was fire.
Great. You know what? Let it rip, man.
Hell yeah.
Do your best, dude.
Thank you.
No, genuinely, if like everything's on the line, like your best impression.
Of what?
Me.
Um,
And I won't be offended, honestly.
What's hard? Bruise.
You didn't even loot this guy at all, by the way.
Ah, well.
Bro, you did not loot this shit at all. I got 2 bastion cells. You literally
Oh.
farted by it.
I got 2 bastions too.
No, you didn't.
I did. It's crazy. Tanya, I hope you're so well. What's the hot goss? Thank you so much for resubbing. That's really sweet.
Bobbert, my goat. Thank you, dude.
Thank you, guys.
All right, so what you're saying is you're not in the mood to
everything.
do impressions right now.
Well, I just feel like I want to do a better one of you, and I'm trying to cook here. Because I don't want to do my usual,
yeah.
hey, Nidu-chan. I want to do something better, you know?
No, yeah, cook, of course,
I'll cook,
of course.
cook. Do me.
No.
Do an impression of me.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
Okay, but the problem is I can't do your accent, which sucks.
I know, but it's okay.
Okay. So, what are we doing? What mode again? Are we doing 2 times or? And next Tuesday, 9 o'clock or? Sorry. I'm sorry. 9 o'clock or? Sorry, what was that? Sorry, I couldn't hear. 2. And wait, what are we doing again? Sorry.
Why am I English?
I don't know, man. I can't do Australian. My brain
Oh, my
doesn't work
tummy.
like that.
That's so funny. Sorry. 9 p.m. Tuesday?
How about this? I'm a really good person. I'm funny. I make people laugh all the time. Who cares?
Are you doing an impression of yourself?
No, it's one of you. Come on, man. Bring it in.
Oh, thanks.
Start voice acting now.
There are 2
Brian,
Carlas
here's the
in
deal.
here.
Brian, here's the deal.
Oh.
I know you're actually like a voice actor. I know it. You're phenomenal. You're very talented. I would love to. The problem is, I think I have a very specific style. I can't do. Oh shit. Hey, how's it going, man? Be careful, dude. Be careful. Holy shit.
Behind you!
Don't shoot!
I would rather
Oh, we don't shoot here.
cuddle than shoot you.
That's right. That's what I've always said. But anyway, Brian, I would love the voice act. I would love to be in a game or a movie or whatever.
Yeah.
However, I can't do accents, but I can do emotion.
True, you can.
For example, like give me a scenario with emotion. Like give me like a specific vibe.
All right. The plane is crash landing in Venezuela.
Huh? What fucking crazy context is that?
Well, you said give me something with emotion. I'm giving you something with emotion.
Oh no! I really wanted to visit Venezuela. Crap! Not like this.
That's really good.
Thank you.
Give me a prompt.
Okay. Your favorite restaurant? It's called Floorbees, and they're out of the, and their soft serve ice cream machine is not working. That's the one thing you really wanted.
I'm really excited to be here. Yep. Yes. I want to order. Yes, I would like one soft serve. It's broken. You got to be fucking kidding me. I came all the way down from Crumpleforth to get some ice cream, and you're gonna tell me the ice cream machine's broken? This is bollocks.
You sound like Ethan.
Okay,
That was really good though.
thanks.
You sound like Ethan doing an impression of you. Is Crumpleforth a real place, or was that
was just
all
random.
natural?
That was natural. I don't know what that is.
Put your ass away, child.
What the hell?
Bestie
think
underscore
Dobby's
Alexi
slanging.
just subscribed.
Oh, he's
Happy
slanging
birthday,
and
D.
joking
Willy.
it.
All right, should we leave? I don't want to be here anymore.
Tanya, I wish for you only
this
the
way.
best.
Follow me.
For your future endeavors, my love. I'm sorry things have been a little bit stinky. I understand, but it's good to
That's
see
too far
you.
of a drop. I'll die.
And Alex, thank you so much for 46.
I'm hitting this thing.
Bestie, how are you? Thank you.
No, Ethan does really good at accents. Hate to say it, but he does.
It's true.
His Aussie accent is atrocious, sure, but mine is
No, but here's the thing.
bottom
with
of
Ethan's.
the barrel.
Ethan actually does a pretty good, funny, bogan Aussie accent. Like, it's actually like,
Yeah.
it's not bad at all. Yours is atrocious, but it's gotten better and it has its charm, and I like it. It's
Sound
really
better, thank
funny.
God. Ethan's not good at not texting back. Also, he's good at saying he's gonna stream and then doesn't again for a month.
Perfect.
He's like, Chris, what if I streamed again? I'm like, bro, please. Let's start gaming again. He goes, nah, actually, I don't know.
I know.
Mark, my kind of guy.
46 is crazy.
No, I love him though. He's one of the funniest dudes, like genuinely. Oh! Carl,
Yeah.
get up here.
It was honestly so good gaming with him. It was so easy.
An Ark orbiter is en route. The safe window
Oh, there's
is
guys
closed.
here.
Okay.
Oh!
10 minutes to get out of there. I repeat, 10 minutes.
Yo!
Brian, how far did you get in egging on, by the way? You see Julia's playing it right now? Yo, guys, is it chill if I come over here?
Oh!
Yo, boys, you guys okay if I'm here as well, or no worries?
Just trying to go to Speranza.
Y'all mind if I go to Speranza? Carl, this might be a fucking kill moment. We have to just see what their vibes are.
All right.
This might be a gun to face moment.
I come in piss.
Don't. That's too much information. I'm leaving.
Okay.
Later, dudes. Have a good night. Now, doesn't count if you're using your fucking shitty ass AI voices and you're not talking. Fuck you.
Oh, Chris.
No, I'm sorry. If I have to hear, hey, don't shoot one more time, I'm gonna lose my mind.
Okay.
Speak.
Sure.
Sorry.
What happens with your leftover XP? Nothing?
What do you mean?
Ooh. Well, since we're not leveling up anymore. Do you still get skill points?
You don't.
Oh, okay. Alex, I'm a week behind on Ark, believe it or not. I wasn't here. It feels like a new game. It's not. But you know what I mean. When I've been gone for a while, I'm kind of like, what the hell? What's all this? I'm gonna keep this because I feel like I'm gonna need these. We're nearly there. Do you have any wasp drivers or spotter relays?
Oh my god.
I'm just
bro.
wondering.
No, I don't.
Oh, bollocks.
Don't say bollocks. Who's that?
Okay. What's our plan? What's the maps?
Let me see.
Are we doing it again?
Bro said
Sheep.
bollocks. No, honestly,
Good,
I
how are you?
snap hooked my. I'm good. I'm out of here. Like I'm not leaving. But I
Like-
snap hooked, so I'm chilling for a sec.
But what is the what's available?
Oh, let me look.
Okay. There we go.
Ooh, locked gate on blue gate.
Like actually doing something?
No.
Or-
Well, what are you are you trying to PvP? You trying to PvE? You trying to PvC? You trying to PCP?
Is Lockgate ×2?
Yes, it is.
Ooh, we could do a better fireball. And then should I bring thingies for Rocketeers? Because we can definitely get a higher score.
Yeah, like wolf packs and shit.
Yeah, I'll bring 2 wolf packs.
Hall crackers can be a move.
Oh, true.
Let's see here. Yo, what up, Luminary? How you doing, dude? Sorry for talking out loud. My bad.
That's okay.
Is it?
No.
Nori.
No, I gotta pee.
Nori. It is Nori. Guys.
Shut up.
Sorry.
It's not okay. Gee, I did so much walking as well.
Did you ever think you were gonna be friends with someone from here?
Speranza or America?
Bro, Speranza's not real, bro.
What? What's next?
Speranza-
Santa Claus isn't real? The Easter Bunny isn't real? Fuck. What?
Santa's dead.
What?
He died.
How?
You know this. Car accident.
Oh.
Yeah, Easter Bunny was driving.
Oh.
Yeah, it was really sad.
He's not even wheel.
Well, he's wheelie dead because he died behind the wheel.
All right, that's enough from you.
Sorry.
All right.
My bad.
Be right
That was actually really good acting. You should look into it.
Thank you. I'm gonna look into it.
All right, don't get ahead of yourself, though.
Leah, how are you, doll? I did.
Okay, I'm bringing 3 wolf packs in. What else?
Feeling very
Yo,
spoiled.
Sammy, what up, dude? Sammy, bro. 5 days.
Sammy.
Actually, 4.
5
4
days.
Carla, she rated me. I'm talking to her.
Oh.
4 days, Sammy.
Sammy, 4 days.
So guess what? She's still streaming. I lied. She didn't even raid me.
I want to say hi to Sammy.
Did you believe me though?
Yeah, that was great.
That was good, right?
Oh, but wait, the Samily's actually with me.
No.
Samily Bars!
No, because you're lying because I have your chat open.
I know.
Yo, what up, Leah? Come over here.
Leah, no, stay with me. Leah's mine.
What is she's yours?
She's mine. Or they're mine.
You can't
Sorry, I'm
claim
not
chatters,
assuming
dude.
pronouns. But they're mine. I'm claiming Leah.
Oh. All right, well, Dylan, stick over here, man.
We all know Dylan's yours. You've won him over, and that's great. I'm happy.
What do you
for
mean?
No,
House-
it's
house
true.
sway.
No, he loves it over there, and I'm happy for him. But I have Leah.
No.
I have Leah. All
No,
right.
Let me get Leah.
No, Leah. You stay with
Leah.
me. Leah.
Okay.
Leah.
Mod, VIP, let me know.
Leah. Whatever you need. A limb.
A limb? You're willing to give a limb?
I'll give a limb to Leah. They'll change the name to
Oh,
Apparent
fuck.
Limb Leah.
Wait, she
I'm
came
here
back
from
for the
Chris. I'm
VIP.
gonna go Tori, you're
Oh,
mine.
shit. Wait, Tori's a VIP in yours since when?
Hey, simmer down with that tone. Also, I bags sheep as well there, my friend.
Carla just does this with VIP.
Shut the fuck up.
You hit your, how many times have you hit your max, be honest?
I'm maxed out. It's because they redeem it for a month and I
you
forget.
maxed? Bro, that's
I forget.
crazy.
There
I
are
didn't
so
know
many
I didn't
people-
even know, I didn't even know you could max out.
They
I'm
redeem
sorry.
it. I have someone who redeemed
sorry.
VIP like 2 years ago that I have to remove and I feel bad.
Dude, do it.
I'm having flashbacks to my parents' divorce. Good. This is character building. So Leah, sit your ass down here. Don't you leave. I'm
And
kidding.
listen.
I'm kidding.
Don't yell at people.
I'm not yelling.
Carla offered you a limo. Can you offer me? That's it.
Leah, don't bargain
I
with
can't.
him.
She's
What?
bargaining. Who
What?
cares? Let a girl bargain.
Oh.
What? Wait, she's not a bargain? Leah, she sounds controlling. Stick over here.
I'm having my Shark Tank moment.
Don't gift 5 in Carla's chat.
I can be bought, unfortunately. Good Tori, because here's what I have
Guys,
for
we're
you.
so close to giving away a
have
Gengar headset.
a lettuce
Kraken's
plate
V2.
with 2 pieces of cheese on it. Half a bag of popcorn. C cup titties. Red Bull, no sugar.
Dude, don't say stuff.
I can say what I want.
Don't bring those into it.
I can bring whatever I want into it.
That's fucking crazy. Great, I'm losing everyone. Guys, I can't even say anything.
I'm going down to the club, but I'm pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. I'm going down to the club.
Sal, why?
Pussy tossing.
Sal, I needed that. Thank you.
Sal Salsel has gifted 5 subs.
Guys, I don't.
Naughty boy.
I don't have C's. However,
What the
If
hell? Look,
if I
Dylan,
could,
you're
I
so
would have,
wanted, but I
I would.
know you love Uncle Chris's shenanigans, and therefore, I'm supporting that. You know what I mean? He brought your name into it. I'm just respecting your wishes.
Miss K, get the fuck out of there. Come
No,
on.
stay here.
No.
Sal, thank you so much. You don't have to do that. I feel bad. You had me at half a bag of popcorn. Guys,
I'm losing everyone.
guys, just so you
Yeah, what
know,
a flab.
Put your ass away, child.
we love everyone.
Okay,
Alright.
Colby just
LU.
subscribed.
What do I have? What do you mean, what do
Dylan,
I have? I have
Floral,
whimsy and
Leah,
humor.
Whimsy.
And quick wit. And Shan. I have Shan.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good point.
And 6 beautiful cats. And I have Shan.
I have funny valves, guys. That's all I can give you. And a bruise. I'll show you the bruise on main. Here.
You are pale as
I
fuck.
can't
which
actually.
is
It's in
cool.
my thigh. I took my pants off. Sorry. Take that back. It's on my gram. I read that as honkers and blackjack. Dylan, not hookers. That's crazy. Dill, you know I put up a fight. As
Sal with the 5 gifted.
John
Sal,
Travolta said. Also, isn't
Don't.
it crazy that John Travolta said the chicks would cream in Greece? That's crazy.
What in what song?
Grease Lightning. I did it for karaoke. I didn't realize how much they said cream. Ridiculous. Hello, Abby. Hello.
Wait. What part where he goes? It's Grease Lightning. Go Grease Lightning.
Grease Lightning. Go Grease Lightning.
It's some cream.
Yeah, the chicks will
The
cream of a Grease Lightning.
Wait,
They say
wait, he
chicks
said-
would
they
cream.
say that?
Yes. I did karaoke and I was like, what?
But maybe that meant something different in the 70s?
Sure.
You are supreme. The chicks will cream for Grease Light. That's actually so gross.
I know. And also, I
Come on, John Travolta.
I love those movies where they're like, we're 17, and it's clearly 40-year-olds. It's so good.
Also, yeah, the one guy.
That one guy, I know exactly what you. I know exactly.
Yeah, there's two.
Wait, let me bring it
There's
up.
the one dude who's like the loser in the crew, and then there's the guy
With the
who's
fuck
the
ass-
leader of the other gang, and he's like literally 46.
No, I know exactly who you're talking about. Is it Kaniki?
Are you thinking of the guy who looks like he works at a bagel place?
Oh, I'm thinking of a lot of them. Wait, this guy here.
Locked gate. Come on.
Wait, I want to find Kaniki. This guy's crazy.
The summer night.
Yeah. Who's the other guy? It's this guy. He's definitely 40. And then who's the Italian man in the back?
Is there
Zuko?
wait, hold
No.
on. Is there no world where you tell me I killed that?
No, you always killed that.
No, but like that was crazy.
Yeah, these two.
Like am I okay.
And this
Whatever.
guy.
Can
No,
you
you're
ready up?
killing it. Okay.
Ready up, please.
What are we doing? Oh yeah, I remember now. Sorry.
What are we doing? What's the game? What are we doing next? What are we playing next? Where are we going?
Babe,
Are you
enjoy the
available
shack
next
deal.
Tuesday?
My dumb brain thought it said Pig Supreme. Oh, I like Pig Supreme. Okay. What?
I'm going down to the club, but I'm pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. I'm going down to the
Stop.
club, but I'm pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing.
Unsocial Side has gifted 5 subs. Naughty boy.
Carla, you just got 5.
Sorry. I honestly thought it was yours for a second. You have my Chatterino up.
What, her arrows look nicer? Australian, probably.
Oh, Australian arrows. Social, thank you. Ariana, what are you doing here? Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And Colby as well. Thank you for 28.
Did you bring your key cards in or no?
Do any raiders have eyes
I
on
don't
kids?
have any.
Some thugs
Carla.
have triggered the emergency
I don't have any.
shutdown, which can only be bad
You didn't bring any?
I don't have any. We used it that one time. And we died.
so we can uncover
Bro, we
Social,
just talked about
thank
bringing
you.
them in.
And for legal reasons, guys. We appreciate everyone.
You don't have any?
I know we mentioned like 3 people's names. Well, Chris did. And then I threw in some
Hey,
names
what's up?
too. But we love you wherever you hang.
Not much, man. Do my goddamn thing. You want to go kill this leaper over here? Follow me.
Leah, I know. We are a co-parenting family.
You don't have to mute to talk. You're talking to the same crew at this point.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
I said we co-parent.
Who? Like chatters? You mean?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I'm that weird stepmom that when they come back to you, they're like, oh my god, please never let her mind me again.
Help.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, this is not. Oh no.
Oh, whoa. I need help. I need help.
Oh no, Chris. I'm shooting it.
Help,
Oh
help,
my god.
help.
I'm shooting it. Chris, run.
Help.
Run. Oh god.
Help.
I'm running. Oh no. Hold.
Oh, fuck. I'm one shot.
Oh, someone's shooting me. Oh, it's a hornet. Someone put a lore nade.
That was me.
Oh. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot.
No, you're not.
Not me not seeing you do that. Beck, thank you. And thank you, Social.
Oh, he's
Sorry,
weird.
I'm so
He's kind of a
distracted.
dumbass. Kind of a dumbass.
Thank you for the birthday wishes as well. We're
He's
too busy with
stuck,
our
he's
bit.
Stuck, he's stuck. His leg just flew at me. I'm looting it while he's still alive. Just to fuck with him a little bit.
Yeah, let him know.
I looted his leg while he was still looking at me.
That's crazy.
It's one shot, Carl. He's one shot. Kill him.
We're getting him. Nice.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Good fucking try, buddy. Oh, there's no way you're already up in there looting all his shit.
Are you kidding?
When I
I was
almost died-
literally, I used all my ammo trying to help you. When you mean I can't search on leg? What the hell?
You're already 5 feet deep.
No, I'm not. I opened one thing and you're like, hey, Carlo. No,
You were
no,
there
no.
before the guy even stopped breathing.
No,
You were already in there.
you were already
Yeah,
looting
you
a leg while I was still breathing. What do you mean? I was still
I had
shooting.
1 I had 1 HP. Dude.
Yeah, I had 2 HP.
Likely story.
All right, where's the let's. Oh, the gate.
Can you stop fighting in front of the kids, please?
Chris.
Dylan, Leah, come on, guys.
Listen.
We gotta leave. We gotta get out of here.
We're going to Mackie D's for dinner.
We're going to Hungry Jack's.
Hungry Jack's. Jack's hungry. Wait, is this locked gate? Why aren't people doing the gate?
Because they're all weird.
Oh. Where's the Rocketeer?
I'm looking.
God damn.
If you would listen. I'm just kidding. Ah! Wait, what are you fighting over there?
Don't worry about it. My demons.
That's a bombardier. You're gonna die because of this.
I am actually. Take the kids. I don't want them to see this.
I don't want them. Oh my God! They're throwing Hail Marys at you. What is this?
I'm dead.
Don't die. It's awkward when you die.
Okay.
Oh!
What's happening? Why am I climbing a sign?
A spotter relay just tried.
I'm running.
Okay, loot this thing. What? Oh, the
Yeah, I
spotter relay's
couldn't-
over here.
I couldn't loot one before.
Oh, it's laggy. Yeah, it just moves a different way.
So there's no Rocketeers anywhere?
There should be. They're not showing up. Let's go towards the Raiders Revenge or whatever it's called.
Raiders Revenge. Perfect. Don't die. You're too hot and it's your birthday. Oh, thank you. I needed that.
Whose birthday is it?
I don't know actually.
Happy birthday to whoever's it is.
Someone with a bruise, I'm sure. Someone bruisey.
Someone bruisey.
Oh, there's people over there.
Raider, there.
I like how well the ping system works.
The ping in this game, the pinging is actually super good.
Like they're so far away and it picked up. People are fighting over here?
Well, tell them to stop. That's not good.
Where are you?
Tori, now why would you use that emote out of all the ones you could have used?
Great.
We're screwed.
Where is it? Damn.
Where's what?
A Rocketeer.
Bro, it's gone.
Guys, we need that.
Pack it up.
Well, we're nearly beaten our Leaper score. Will there be another one?
Yeah, there's actually usually one around here.
True.
Also, whatever's landing might be a Rocketeer. No, it's not.
It's a probe.
Watch out for mines, by the way.
Oh, yep. Just as you said that.
Did you just hit one as I said it?
Yeah, I did.
Amazing. Amazing quality comedic timing.
Wow.
The outer gates are now opening. Oh, go in there.
Oh, are you kidding?
You hit another mine?
Yeah.
After healing?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
So the gates are open, you said?
Yo, boot up, peak right now with twos.
So the gates open?
Boot up peak right now with twos.
Wait, so like the gates open?
Yeah, but who gives a shit?
Fireballs.
Yeah, but also weirdos.
But also, what if there's a Rocketeer? Yeah,
There's
why would you
no
play
Rocketeer
peek
in
when
it.
West
There's-
Hunt's right there?
West There should be a leap around here.
Wait, social. Yeah. Do you have any plans for your birthday? Leah, I agree. See, I'm on your side with West Hunt.
Okay.
Just saying. On your side. Honestly, game of the year. Of every year. Is that a Leaper or a Bastion?
What'd you call me?
What'd you call me? A Bastion?
Yo, what up, Sam? How you doing, dude? Sam, you wanna hop in here for threes or not really?
Bombardier.
Just Sam hop in with threes or not really?
Hey, they can be bothered.
Alright. Too bad I'm lying.
Always.
She's not even here.
Is anyone ever really here? I gotta pee.
Why?
Little whittle.
I'm gonna go check for a leaper over here.
Damn it. Where's a Dua Lipa when you need one? Oh, cute, social.
I'm gone.
Oh, caramel cake. What the hell? Give me a bite.
What the fuck is that emote?
I'm a chalky cake girl. Yow. Yow.
Oh my god, that's supposed to be it's cheeks, but it's tits, clearly.
Yeah.
It's shaking its 1-2s.
Good for them. Shake it
hell?
off. Beep boop beep beep. Oh wow. Oh, they're
Yeah,
shaking it.
that's definitely boobs. Like I've seen those before.
Oh.
Like in general, like that's boob.
Right.
Basil, that's not a good thing.
It can be too sweet. You're right. I did have the perfect one.
Those are
though.
honka bonkaroos.
It was like a really nice moussey type of not pizza, cake, chocolate cake. It was actually perfect. It was from Bread Top as well.
Are you near me? Okay,
Yeah.
you are.
Damn, no Loripa.
There's one over here. Give it a sack. I only have 2 shots left of my fucking anvil, actually. I'm about to get some more ammo right now, though.
Really?
No worries. Yeah, watch this.
Oh, someone dead?
They gave me 1? Yeah, right, buddy. That's a joke.
Where is it?
Gave me 1.
One.
1 is the loneliest number that you'll ever do.
Adore.
Make it count? Oh, I will. There's a leaper over here. I have a
I would
wolf
love
pack with its
cookie
name
dough.
on it. It's probably already dead.
Yes. Please. Yes.
I feel like no one's on this map right now, even.
And there's no Leaper.
You kill this thing for me? I'm looking for the leap. Yeah, hype trains, Nick, were never worth it. It was always like, oh, unlock this really cool
Pretty
emo.
Duck was.
Well, once they fixed it, yeah. But it was just like people's pets for the longest time.
And I love those pets. God,
No,
I
you
love
don't.
cookie dough.
You couldn't even name one of them.
Yeah. Stroop waffle.
That's something you get on a flight.
Stroop? I just realized you did a lot of traveling this year, or last year.
I did a lot of traveling last year, yep.
You're around the twist.
What does that mean?
Huh, you don't want to know. Should we leave?
Yeah, there's nothing. Sal, you definitely didn't say hi because I would have remembered it. What up, dude? Good to see ya.
Me. That mode is so cursed.
Which one?
When I did the Colorado, oh no, Orlando, baby.
Oh, sure.
Not good.
Oh, yeah, ew.
Oh.
What? Like, ew in general, you know what I mean?
Hmm.
Yeah. What?
What?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Bro, why is there nothing?
Yeah, this is empty as hell.
Nope, nothing here. We gotta go to this one.
Let's head home at the warehouse air shaft.
Boo! Okay.
Yeah, everyone's doing Rocketeer and Leaper trials, so that's why there's none ever.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is that one over there?
Hope not.
Hmm.
Bro, there's so many animals in my chat right now.
Animals?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah?
too many.
What do you mean by that?
Like literal animals.
Oh. Hell yeah.
What up, Mr. Crazy? How you doing, man?
Oh, wow. Are those Twitch emotes?
No.
Oh, wait, that's actual animals. From people's animals. We gotta extract.
Yeah. Animals. Animals.
What, yeah, that's cool. You've got time. You got time.
Okay, West. What's the one that takes place
Wentworth.
in your zone? Wentworth.
In my zone.
Wentworth is good.
I still haven't watched Wentworth. Isn't that crazy?
Oh, you're fucked up. Watch it. It's good.
I know.
All right, let's go. Is your game lagging? My game's not. It's not. My game's not moving. Come on,
I'm not lagging.
bro. Am I moving or no?
No, you're not.
Oh my god, dude. I think I lagged out.
No, you're fine.
Really?
Yeah, come on. Come on.
All right.
I knew it.
Ow.
Das, thank you! How are you? Wentworth is top 3 of all time? So I've heard. I need to take a little look.
GG's.
GG's? Oh, big stretch.
That was LG, dude, for me.
What? What do you mean, LG? Life's good.
I just hit 10 hours. That's LG.
Oh, gotcha.
What do you mean life's good?
LG, life's good?
Oh my god, I just got so much stuff. You didn't call LG's? Too bad. Made up my mind right now.
Oh.
Sorry.
I guess he does have a wife.
I got a wife and I got kids and I got a family.
Fair.
I also gotta go to bed. I'm tired.
Fair.
10 hours. Maybe after Jackbox tomorrow.
Yes, I agree.
All right.
Okay.
You mean whiskey, maybe. We could probably convince him.
Bird City, yes.
Bird City.
Yeah, and a fresh hour lob.
Whatever.
Uh-oh,
All right, man.
one more hour?
Nah, I gotta go.
Okay.
Thanks for the games, though. I really appreciate it.
No, thank you.
All right, I'll see you later.
All right, bye.
Peace.
Oi,
GG's. Later.
GG's. All right. We do have to tinkle, but before I do, let me bloody Chris. Fun. That wasn't planned until this morning. It was kind of just like a, hey, we should do this. Well, okay. Bird City. Should we do a Bird City gamba? I do have to pee though. Little Bird City gamba. Perfect. It's tinkle and toasty time. I thought that said trinket, which to be fair, we are going to do that. What duck do I find first? Okay, so with this, guys, I'm gonna do a 5-minute gamba. With this, because I gotta go pee, this is only including ducks I find in a chimney. So if I look in a drawer and there's the yellow duck in there, we're not counting that. So it's purely chimney ducks. So do with that as you will and wish.
Come on in. Just don't touch
Come on
anything that's
in. Oh, I gotta add that one. Full night's
Been to
sleep.
see Shawnee lately? She really needs to
Oh,
unwind
surely
one
they
of
have a
these days.
snooze tonight. All right. We'll do a quick little pee. There is a gamba up if you want to bet on ducks. If you don't want a gamba, that is okay. I'm gonna add the Discord so people know if they want to get some gambas in. So there's this Bird City duck gamba. Basically you look in chimneys for different colored ducks. And we're gonna see what duck we find first. Pretty much that's it. All right, let me go tinkle. I'll be back. Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
John Pals Colmouth Kids Miss you just subscribed. Happy birthday B girl, enjoy a P30.
away,
John.
child.
Oh, and Roth. Dude.
Gosroth_2
the
just
hell?
subscribed.
Thank you. What the hell? A brand new sub? And John, 17 months? Thank you so much. Hi, miss. How are you? Thank you. I hope you're well too. What the hell? Guys, thank you for all the new subs, resubs, gifted subs, biddies, everything. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Like I said, I usually go a little bit harder for my birthday.
Biddies? For me?
And I literally didn't go hard today. I just
A bit of
thought
spare change.
Ark with Chris. So I know it's not as exciting in terms of like maybe party games, but my brain thought it was perfect today because it was a bit icky this morning. Spare change, Leah, thank you. What the fuck? Thank you so much. And Roth, thank you. So I think I said Ross. Sorry, Roth. Thank you so much for subscribing. That's so cool. Thank you. It was good. I had a super fun birthday. It was probably the most I've ever done for a birthday. I'm very grateful. Thank you guys. Thank you for the birthday wishes. It means a lot. Leah, honestly, my goal was to try and get a photo that was cunty, right? And that, like, I wish I had video of us doing it because it wasn't as simple as it looks. It was honestly fast-paced, bending my neck over to try, like, I didn't realize I was staring at the camera so perfectly until I saw the photo, because you don't know. And we looked at the photo booth and we're like, this is everything I've always wanted. I was so happy. Thank you, Sierra. It's so close. I can't believe it. All right, will the prediction be paid out already? Let's see. Nope. How about this one? Thank you for the watch streaks as well. Thank you, guys. Thanks, Chaos. I know, I don't mean to be stinky brained. Yeah. I just want to give you more before I go to Japan, but I know that what I can give is enough. You know how I get before I leave. I get a little bit stressy. Oh my god, Lona, what the hell happened? What the hell? Oh, pink duck. What the hell? That's a surprise. Leah, what did you put? Oh, Lona. Ah. Good night, Molly. Thank you. I'll be streaming tomorrow, and that's either my second last stream or my last stream. If I can do a little one my Saturday morning, I will. Orange. Have they updated the anvil sound? It sounds different. Sounds more clanky. Would have lost, so GG's. Oh wait, so you won. It was fine, but ruined birthday parties for me, and I blame my... fair. Fair. Oh. Guys, I've left this map with like 200k from Bird City. It's so good solos, just to get some cash. I technically don't... What's the expedition amount now? Because they've lowered it, right? $3 mil. Okay, yeah. Instead of 5. I didn't think, because do you have to do anything, or does it automatically do it if that's in your wallet? Oh, Lerner. Actually, mine didn't go that crazy. It was my 18th. But I remember I was just looking after everyone, because everyone was like, some people were getting sick. And it just was a mess. Like, I remember anytime I think back to my 18th, I'm like, it just wasn't a good night. So it was really cool to have a birthday, like a birthday redemption Not that it matters. It doesn't, like, who cares, but... Hello!
I'm just looking for ducks. I want the alien duck real bad.
I'll let you know if I find one.
Thank you. I was flashing.
Flashy and alien, okay. Guys, we're gonna find this a duck. Find this man, sorry. Doodly duck. No, it was nice. It was nice to have, like... And this was the first, I guess, moment in Familiar Duck. The first, like, birthday where truly, like, everything was planned for me. It was such a, It was such an experience, because I'm the planner, you know? So it was actually really nice. Wait, are you my alien friend?
Oh my god, yes.
Guess what I found? Wait, let me help you first, sorry.
Oh yeah. Let's do it.
Right there. It's bouncing. It's right there.
Oh, I love this so much.
Tee. Run!
Would you like a familiar duck?
Not the duck trade.
Do you want a cool gun or something?
I honestly just wanted to help out.
Oh man, I appreciate it.
Of course.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. So we're trying to find the flashy duck. I will find it.
Oh, I'll give you one. I'll give you one.
I was trying to find one for you, or did you already find it?
No, I found it looking for the alien.
Oh, perfect. There you go. Okay.
Yeah.
Yippee!
Thank you so much.
That's okay. What a sweetie. What the hell? What an absolute cutie patootie. I'm excited. I literally, I say this every time on a broken record, but I know as soon as I'm at the airport or as soon as I see like a pal, I'm gonna be like, you know, I honestly stress myself out for no reason ahead of it could be an hour trip to Melbourne. It doesn't even have to be like a long trip. It doesn't, like, it's always just a trip. It's always just like leaving Mimi and I guess leaving my routine. But then once I'm there, it's great. But I've always been a stress head in that respect. But then it's fine, you know? Yeah, no, Leah. I remember I cancelled a trip. I still regret it to this day. But at the same time, I don't, because it was the right thing for me to do. I remember I was going to New Jersey, and I literally was on the phone crying to Chris and Chan. I think they were at Julian's at the time. He was talking to me in their backyard. And I was like, straight up, a lot was going on with Pete at the time. Like, he'd been diagnosed, he was really sick. And my anxiety was just through the roof in leaving. And that's why I didn't go to Amsterdam either, like, because I didn't want to, you know, go and then something happened. And I literally cancelled the flight, I think the day of. And Chris, being a good guy, was trying to, like, convince me and try to make me feel better. But at the same time was like, do what you need to do. You know, and I was like, yeah, you're right. So, like, I have cancelled day of sometimes. But my last few I haven't, because I always know I'm going to feel better. It's just, you know. You know. Yeah, Sierra, true. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, always. Like, I'm such a big... For someone who's so big on self-care, sometimes I don't look after myself. But I'm so big on cancelling things if you need to, you know? Like, I nearly cancelled my last New Jersey trip, but I was so glad I was with Jeffy and Damo, because my flight, my bag got left in Sydney. And if they weren't able to get my bag back in time before we flew out of Melbourne, I was like, is this a sign? should I just stay home? And Jeffy's like, no, we're gonna get your bag back. And I did, and it was fine. But like, I'm very much someone who's like, is this a sign? I'm like, girl, you know, I don't mind if the bed has really good sheets. And that sounds crazy, hear me out. If it's a king size bed with good sheets, I'm in heaven. Yeah. But to get, yeah, and then, but then once I'm on the flight, I'm good. It's honestly just getting to the airport that gives me the heebie-jeebies. Literally. It's, I don't get it. Oh. Yeah, I know. We got upgraded to business. Who was that lovely woman that got us that? Yippee! Okay, I didn't... Did I... Oh! Guys, how about that? A chisel? That was casual, by the way. A casual chat about traveling. And we just made a couple dollars. What the hell? No, Sierra, fair. Fair. I can honestly be the same way. I totally understand that. I'm with you on that. Yeah. Teleportation forever if I had a secret power. Oh my god, that would just be amazing. I wish. Imagine just blinking and not paying for a flight. Or oh my god. I do carry on only now, so I don't check. I found the biggest bag. Oh, really? That's honestly a play. I think for Japan I'll check, but I wish I was goated enough with the sauce to not pack a big one. That's crazy. Crazy comms. Thanks, Grace. How was your weekend? Or your week? Sorry, it's Thursday. Never flown as an adult where I have to be in charge of booking, checking. Wait, someone takes care of it, Purple? Also, Arcane, if I haven't said hello to you, I think I have. But if I haven't, hello. Let's sell these. Should I just sell my ducks? Wait, I shouldn't. Ah, look at them. Stunning. How much are my ducks worth? Hold. I don't have that much, actually. I sold a few. Only 100. Oh, Purple got you. As an adult, sorry. Yeah, I reread that. That's fair. Color pack's a big one, confirmed. Yeah. Miam. Thank you. I honestly had a great weekend. Hehe. Do we just go back in and try and get loot? I guess so. What time is it? 6. What time is it? 5:20. Oh, interesting. Okay. Charging for check. Yeah. You know what we found is, especially with a company called Jetstar, I don't know if other ones do it. I'm pretty sure they do. You can purchase, like, say if you're flying with someone and you're sharing a checked bag, you can just buy one bag instead of having to buy two, which is so great. Because then you can just share a bag and it's fine. If you lose that bag though, you both are without clothes, but that's okay. Yeah, Nebula, true. True. I want my stash to... I can't wait for the expedition because I want my stash space. Oh, Jetstar. Kemi, this was the first time in years I've flown Jetstar. Not because I'm like, ooh, no. It's because other airlines have the bag included and stuff. And I've always gotten a good price with Virgin or Qantas or something. I didn't handle the flights, and it was surprisingly fine. It was great. It's honestly, it felt the same as Virgin. But you do have to buy your own bags and buy a seat. Like, it's, to me, the fact that you can't pick a seat. Wait, your carry-on, really? The 7 kilos? I know. Arcane, I know. It was great. I had a great old time. Yeah, it was... Look, I had a good experience, but it's also definitely crazy that airlines charge your seat. Like, what? I paid for my ticket. I know I'm only paying for fuel, but why am I paying extra for a bag and food? What the hell? What the hell? I don't know. It seems backwards to me, but could be a huge piece of shit. Night Raid Stella. I feel like I'll make more money doing Bird City. Maybe I'll do 1 Bird City, 1 Night Raid, and then piss off. I'm flying... What am I flying for? Japan? I'm probably gonna say this wrong. So sorry. All Nippon? I say things wrong. I'm flying them with Japan. I have never flown with them before. It seemed to be the most popular thingamabobby. If it's a late spawn, I'm going to leave. The premises. It's not late! What the hell? And we got a good spawn! Oh, we're so back. Usually on other flights, you have a 7 kilo carry-on and a personal item. And then if you have checked as well. But I noticed that Jetstar, it was your personal item and your carry-on, 2 items, must not exceed 7 kilos. Like usually the 7 kilos on other flights doesn't include like your handbag. That's separate. I was surprised by that. I was like, oh. Okay. Yeah. They stand there next to the yeah, no, they do. They do. They bring around their little fuck-ass trolley and they're like, can we weigh it? Yoo-hoo! Yoo-hoo! Oh, yoo-hoo! It's gonna steal me loot. Nah, it's alright. We set a different gate until we boarded to avoid them. Yeah, like, they were going crazy. They have Wheezy. I also flew. I do love Air New Zealand. I won't lie to you. They're pretty comfy. But I remember being on with Air New Zealand, like booking a flight, and it was like, all right, here's your ticket. Do you want a seat? Do you want to pick your seat? Oh, okay, yes, please. Great. Do you want a bag? I'm like, yep, extra. Okay, more. Okay. And do you want some food on the flight? Like, usually you would get given a meal on any other flight, but you have to pay. I'm like, what? So there's literally deals for food, seat, and bags. And then you can pick one that's like, just the ticket, Don't worry, pick my own seat, don't feed me, and I have to pay for my bag. Like, what? Why are we choosing? Why are we paying for the seat? Or is my ticket just paying for fuel and I've been bamboozled? Yeah, Brie, that's what I'm saying. What the hell? I choose it if I'm with someone, because I would rather like maybe yap on a flight. But if I'm alone, I really don't care where I sit. Oh, Jeffy. Are you going solo, doll? Do you want to bid for an upgrade? Jeffy! That's gonna be amazing. Are you kidding me? What the hell? Oh, that's so cool. Oh, that's so adorable. Oh, Gracie baby. Look at us. Yeah, you're going in my pocket.
Graceland's just resubbed for 32 months.
Thank you.
32 months with my 30-year-old gal
Oh,
$30.
yeah. Yeah. No, I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh. Thank you, doll. How dare you be so lovely. Hi, Tamara. What the hell? Thank you. How the bloody hell are you? Oh my god. So far everyone is nice. If I escape, I'm gonna be escaping with so much loot. If I don't, well. Guys, I have 115. Oh my god. What the hell? I'll say something. Jetstar? As much as, you know, I wish they did things a little differently, it wasn't what I thought it was going to be. And I mean that in a good way. It honestly felt like I was on a Virgin flight. It didn't feel that different to me. Like, the chairs were actually pretty comfortable. The only difference really was the limit. Okay. Like, that was weird, but apart from that, it was so, like, decent. Yeah, honestly, once you get on, because I'm so loyal to certain airlines. I don't mean to be. Like, it's just, I've always gone the same ones. So, honestly, intriguing. And then my US flight, I usually go Delta. Even though Delta cancels a lot. Because I used to go United, but I found the food wasn't as good as Delta. But, like, I don't know. I really just go with who's cheaper at the time. Oh, no. Oh, I hate a rough landing. When you look out the window and you see the wings doing this, I'm like, great. Yeah, true. Have you heard about the flights that want to offer standing up? Like, you have something to lean on? Did I search this? I think I wouldn't care for, like, a Melbourne flight. Guys, I have 137k. Oh, a Delta flight attendant. Cute. I honestly have so much respect for flight attendants. I feel like that's such a big mental job in so many ways.
ass away, child.
Sammy, we are a sneeze away
Thanks to girl just subscribed.
from seeing each other.
Terry
What the
Scooby
hell?
Degor.
Pookie! Thank you for 45. My god. Can I make this? Are you ready? How are Luke and yourself feeling? So she's in my arms again. That's crazy. Cause you land first after me, right? I think you land the first out of the US pals. You're landing last? Oh shit, really? Oh, I'm a sock. What? No! Hi Dove, thank you. Oh, got you, okay. Who's first? Is it Chris and Shan? Cause I think I'm going to get a little 1-2 to the... Someone's around, I can hear them. An Oobs near or a train to where we're staying, and then get them to, or maybe ask the Airbnb if I can stash my bags earlier. Oh, whiskey, wait, I think you're right. I'm so early, Sammy. I land at 5:30 a.m. Top of the morning to you guys. I'm here. It was either that or like 8 p.m. and I thought, I think I'd rather get there and stretch my legs. I'll be awake. I'm also curious how I'm gonna feel with it being a much shorter distance and only 2 hours time difference. Because Sydney is only 2 hours ahead. Which is crazy. Yeah, it's fun, huh? I like that. Although I'm bad with time zones. You know how I am, guys. And I'm like, oh, so I can leave on the same day and return the same day. So I nearly fucked up my flights. I nearly booked, it wouldn't have been a huge deal, but I nearly booked for the 17th because I assumed I would land on the same day. But I have to leave the 16th to land the 17th. But I was like, no, it's the same day. I don't know what I was thinking. Your little solo brekkie. I wonder if I'll message the... Imagine if I message the Airbnb host and I'm like, hey, all good if not. I'm here. If I can check in early, you let me know, sweetie. I'm available. Oh my god, the strut. Guys, 146k. Imagine getting a shower, waiting on the couch for my pals. Nice of you to finally join me. All good, I love you, I'm so excited. Yippee! I'll see you soon. Literally. Guys, that's crazy. See you soon? What do you mean? Wow. Guys, should I sell my ducks ahead of time? Since I won't be able to... You know what? I actually should. Low-key, I should sell as much as I can today and tomorrow. Because I won't be able to do the expedition. I know. You know why, Morgan? I'm a huge position. I genuinely... March and Feb is so busy, and March as well, that I truly keep forgetting what's coming up. And I keep forgetting how close everything is. And I'm like, oh my god. Like, what do you mean 2 days after Valentine's Day, I'm in the sky? You know what I mean? What do you mean? Like, that's... What are you talking about? I can sell these. What do you need for trophy? Do you need Rocketeer stuff? Oh, I'm not gonna craft these. Yeah, no, I feel things. I feel things. I'm honestly gonna sell. I wonder if you can do that? No. I'm gonna sell my whole loadout tomorrow or the next day. I'm just gonna sell everything in here. Imagine I sell, this is, okay, touching wood. Imagine I sell my whole loadout, right? Because I'm like, I'll be in Japan. I won't need it. And then, God forbid, touch wood. My airline goes, hey, flight's cancelled. And the next flight's not for a week. You're not going to Japan. And I've lost everything. Oh my god. What? I love how that's more upsetting is losing my... No, I'm kidding. I would be upset, obviously. They keep sending me a text message saying, your aircraft has updated. Damn. I got loot. Gonna sell my whole... Hi, Stinky. That's what I like to hear, babe. That's what I like to hear. Bird City again? I am getting loot, but I kind of want to... This sounds like Stranger Things. I know, Stinky, I'm so nervous. 4 days. I have to start... Honestly? I have to start packing, and I don't think I have enough winter stuff. I have one jacket and some hoodies. Because I just realized, I mean, the airport's cold anyway, but I'm going to be wearing, I have to wear a jumper and trackies over there, because when I land, it's going to be cold. All you need is your phone charger, but not your phone, a toothbrush. 412 pairs of undies and a cardigan, the rest. Just trust me, it'll happen. You're right. Oh my god. You went, I'm going to sell my whole, and then it smashed into an ad frame. I'm so sorry. That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. Should we do a Stella night raid? Why not? I stand by what I said. Maybe I should start packing tonight. Although I'm trying to pack light. My god. I'm actually not organized at all. Yeah, Sparkly. I was just thinking that. I'm gonna bring... Oh. The thing is, here's my issue. I have my... Have your eyes adjusted to the dark yet, Raider?
Loot is ripe for the picking.
I know, I gotta do a list. But I also don't want to pack a lot. I'll pack, I have to buy the Disney ticket too. Don't even worry about it. Hello? Yoo-hoo! Where did they come from? I was invisible. What I wanted to do, and I know I won't. It won't happen. But I wanted to get... I have my little... They're not knee-high, but they're basically knee-high. I wanted to bring knee-high boots for if we get changed and go out for, like, dinner. Because they're so warm. Like, flat ones. And then...
Put your ass away, child!
Cash Smash Meow just
my runners.
subscribed. Happy birthday, doll.
And then my slides for going over there, I think. Only pack a skateboard. Oh, shit. Okay. Cash, hello? A year? Okay. You crazy. Oops. Oops. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Do I have anything in here? Listen here, you freak. What? I deserve that. I called it a freak. Oh my god. Girl. Girl. Thank you, Jesus. My bad. Please be yellow. Doo doo doo. Red. You kidding me? Are you joking it? Oh my god, there's so much going on. Oh my god, what the hell? Was he hot? Were you streaming in the Discord? Twin! I'm seeing you soon. Hey, Twin! Don't mind me playing... I was gonna say Overwatch. Hi guys! How are you? I'm just being a little Ark. Fuck. I'm so sorry. Oh my god, so much is happening. Oh my god, so much is happening. Oh my god, I'm dead. Oh my god, what's happening? Hi guys, how are you? What was Whiskey doing? In the old Discordo? I'm packing in a shredder. No, don't.
Put your ass away, child.
What the hell? Oh my god.
Whiskey just subscribed.
I genuinely...
Packing in a shredder in my carry-on for Japan.
This is ridiculous. Wait, Whiskey. Just being him, my goat. My absolute goat. Thank you for 29. Are you kidding? Bobcat, Bobcat. I gotta go. Oh my god. Guys, this has been a time. I want to loot down here. I'm going to loot down here. Whiskey. Yoo-hoo.
Hey.
Hello. Yes? Are you looking for anything in particular apart from 2 shredders? I am gonna die, but it's okay. Alright, fine. Oh, I missed it. They're nearly dead! Oh my god. Nice. Oh my goodness, sorry guys. Lobbies have been actually really wholesome tonight, Cac. Very wholesome. I don't know what's going on, but we actually had some cute ones with Chris. Which was fun. Not really. How about you?
Just shredded gyros and damaging them at the moment.
Oh, nice. Oh, wait, it's double, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, nice. Hell yeah. Welcome back, Emma! God, that was stressful. I feel like I just was getting eaten alive by shredders. Whiskey, are you the first to, well, the second to arrive after me? Right. Because I arrived crack of dawn, and then I think you're next, maybe? Or was it Chris? I don't know. I joke saying to ban me, I know. Look, sometimes it's fun just to be like, what are you going to do, ban me? And then you get banned, you know? Because the joke is I'm always out of VIP slots, so I just mod my friends. And then they come in here and they're like, Carla, what the hell? I'm like, okay, listen. I gotta clean that up, I know. But for now, YOLO. Sorry I said that. I'm not proud of that, but you know. It is what it is. Do we just leave? What do we have? Good night, Lona. Have a stonning sleep doll. I think we have friend slop tomorrow. Wait, what did I say, pizza? I forgot. I still dab. I'm a huge piece of shit. Okay. Just so you know, I promise I say that ironically. I swear. Tammy, I could never. That's attached to your skin. That's crazy. That sounds creepy. Sorry. That's attached to the hip at that point. How are you, doll? How is your week, your weekend? I was locked out of Discord. I felt so lonely. I couldn't access it. I needed backup codes or a what's the code, like an authenticator? And I had neither of those. So I didn't have Discord access. I tried everything. I tried resetting my password. They sent me like a mobile code, but that wasn't strong enough. It was the weirdest. I don't think I've ever been out of Discord for that long. How long was it? 6 days? But I'm back. Yeah, no, fungus. Yeah. I got signed out and it was like making sure. Honestly, it was probably, I don't know. That's their security. It's either authenticator, which I got to reset up now. Because I think maybe the authenticator I had, it's not attached to it anymore because it's been so long. So I've never been locked out of it. And the backup codes you get ages ago, I should honestly screenshot them again. And then I found backup codes from my Google Photos, and none of those worked. So I was genuinely locked out. And then I got home this morning, and I opened up my PC. I turned on my PC, opened up Discord, and I was like, holy, I missed so many messages. I felt terrible about it. I know no one really cares, and no, I'm not saying that in a bad way. Like, no one thinks I'm actually ignoring them. Oh no, that's off. But I felt terrible because I'm like, oh no, what if someone wishes me a happy birthday and it looks like I'm just ignoring them? Damn. So anyway, I'm back in. I'm back. But I missed so much. Hi, Chilla. How are you, Joe? Hi, Lizzie. Thank you, Joe. Thank you. How are you, sweet? What's the hot goss? Yeah, and then I messaged Chris, and I was like, hey, can you tell the Discord that I'm locked out? Because I felt really guilty. Hi, Vaughn. Thank you. How are you? Spring chocolate. Yoo-hoo! I'm very friendly. There's a shredder down here. Oh, thank you. The shredder. Nice. GG. Golgos's Pilates has been a choke of pain. But enjoying it still? I know that if I ever do Pilates, I'm gonna be puffin'. I'm gonna be Puff Daddy. That was really nice. No, my goal, this is my #1 thing for when I'm back from Japan. Because #1, it's at that point where it's like, okay, I really need to do this, gotta stop being scared. And 2, a lot of you recommend and inspire me. And that thing is, I'm gonna start therapy when I'm back from Japan. I'm gonna see if I can get a plan from the doctor, because sometimes they give you like a few, your first few sessions are free or cheaper. And I'm going to officially try therapy because I've done a lot of work by myself, but I've never been to therapy. And it's crazy the decades of things I need to get out of me. Like, it's actually crazy that I haven't been to therapy yet. Yeah, 10 sessions, I think. Because also, like, I've noticed, I'm an emotional gal, but with experiencing grief for the first time, I've noticed that, and I don't like it, and there's nothing wrong with it, but it's not nice. I noticed that I cry in public a lot. Like, I'll get a wave of emotion and cry in public. Now, I'm not shaming that, because if you need to, you need to. But, like, I never used to do that. I never used to openly weep in public. Like, what the fuck is that? It's not, my makeup's ruined. The person I'm with feels like a lot of people would probably look at us thinking they've upset me. Like, it's just, it doesn't work for anybody. Like, it's just so frustrating because I actually don't want to cry. There's nothing wrong. Yet, I'm more emotional than I usually was pre-grief. So I want to work through that and be like, why am I crying more? I don't want to do that. 2, what's going up in my head? There's something up there. And 3, can we do something about this PMDD and my anxiety? Let's talk about it. You know what I mean? Yeah, no, Fungus, it's actually very frustrating. Because I've always been a crier. And I'm not shaming that. I think crying is a beautiful thing. But for me personally, I think crying should stay in a safe place and not when I'm waiting for my plane at the airport. Although people are crying all the time at the airport. So that's normal. But I don't want to cry. I don't need to cry in that moment. And it's really embarrassing. Because then I have a pink, red nose. And I can't tell you why I'm crying. You know? I know, same, Cammy. I feel like I definitely know I'm cooking something up there, and I don't know what. But I really need to, like, rip the Band-Aid off, and I think starting my 30s off with that, that's a big rip. Let's do it. You know? Thank you, guys. I really... Yes, pizza, I need that. I'm curious to see what my experience is with it. Yeah. I'm curious. I know I've heard that, you know, you might have to shop around, if you will, for a good fit, but I really want to start that process. Yeah, exactly, Lizzie. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Thanks, Fungus. I hope it helps me understand a few things. and be able to help myself more, for sure. Because some days, like, I'm really like, I'm on it and I know exactly what's wrong and blah blah blah, and then other days it's like, what's going on? Oh my god, you know. Oh, Beeb, yeah. Yeah, I know. I know it's not like the worst thing, but it does get it's frustrating, and I kind of want to return back to normal. And by normal, I just mean not cry in public as much. Because I'm not crying about anything, and I know it's a part of it, and I shouldn't. I'm not beating myself up. It's just something that I want to work towards. Yeah, pizza. True. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Purple. I've definitely heard. Yeah, I want to do my groceries and not cry. I want to... Where did I cry? That was weird. I don't know. A lot of places. I just don't want to. But I love crying, though. But I prefer to do it behind closed doors. You know, if I can help it. You know? And I also want to manage my anxiety more. Like I said, there are some days where I'm a pro. Oh my god. And other days that's like, oh my god, what's up with this? I don't want to be like in an anxiety prison anymore. And I know that it never truly goes. You just can manage it better and learn to live with it better. And that's my goal. Like, I know it's just not going to vanish. But I just want to get some perspective. Because you can, you know, your partner, your parents, your friends, they can listen to you, but they can't give you the professional help you need, / you don't want to dump everything on everyone all the time, because then that weighs on them, especially if they're an empath. They're happy to listen to you, but it's, you know, you don't want to stress them out. You don't want to give them anxiety. Like, because if someone's anxious around me, I will listen and help them, but you feel it. You pick up what they're feeling. And I don't want to be a big ball of anxiety to people in my life. Like, they're there for me, don't get me wrong. But I don't, yeah, I need to work on that a little bit. Exactly, Lizzie. Yeah, exactly. I'm proud of you, Beebs. I definitely see improvement in myself, but it's getting to the point where it's like, I've improved as much as I can by myself, and will still continue to do that. But I need a third party. And by third party, I mean a professional. Because, again, I have people to listen to me, which is very lovely. I can journal as much as I want. I can read books as much as I want. But I need an actual pro to be like, alright, let's unpack that. Like, I need you to help me unpack my suitcase as well. I need a lot of things unpacked. Hi, Beck. I love you. Anyway, my point is that's my goal after Japan. I've heard good things about someone in my area. I should do some research. Lizzie. Her hottest decade yet. A hot new, mentally well bombshell has entered the villa. Anyway. That's my goal anyway. Oh, 40 seconds? Get me in. And how do you feel about that? I'm gonna tell you. Check this out. Hi, Sarah. Thank you. Oh my god, that's so exciting. I'm so glad you found the one. I appreciate that. Thanks, Beck. I appreciate that. I'm trying. I've been encouraged by a few people in the nicest way too, because it's nice when people are like, okay, I'm saying this with love. I'm here for you. But when are you going to start your therapy journey? You know? You're going to start it soon? So I think it would benefit from it, you know? Why is an American number calling me? What the hell? Who is that? Yeah, I definitely want to do a little 1-2. Oh, Leah, FaceTime me next time. I definitely want to ask around. I gotta sneeze. Because I need someone who's gentle, but I also need gentle tough love. Because as soon as someone gives me tough love, it does something to my brain where I understand it. But I also need gentleness. If that makes sense. I need a combo deal. Thank you for the blesses. I needed that. Morgan, you're so silly. Thank God. I know. I know it's so normal. But like... I'm gonna bring tissues. So I've heard anyway. Apparently it's super normal to just let it all release. Which isn't hard for me. Because I cried an airplane ad, so... Lizzie, what? Mamma mia. Why are they calling me? Who is this? I don't know who this is. What's the voicemail? Who are ya? Do they leave me calls? Can you look at the voicemails? Oh. I don't want to talk to you. Is that crazy? Did they leave me a voicemail? No, they didn't. It's a scam! When no one leaves me a voicemail, I'm like... Hi, Dawashi. It's motherfucking, what am I gonna get? Okay, Joe, sure. God, looting this game really tickles me. Left you a message, you didn't, though. It's a 35-second voicemail with nothing in it. Alrighty. Hi, Keys. Thank you. Today was so fun. I had a bloody hoot. I had a great old time. Whee! I'm kind of not doing the objective right now, but that's okay. My bad. I will get some dinner soon, though. 6 p.m. My pledge. It was great. Bloody silly. I think we're playing with Gran tomorrow. Although, it would probably be good if I had some yap time as well. Unless I do maybe 2 hours with Gran and the first hour just solo. Because I need to have some alone time. And then we have... some Jackbox games with the crew. Dinky, I love them. It's just so like... it's just chill, you know? Sometimes we have an objective, sometimes we don't. I love it. It's so nice. That's what my brain needed today. Like, I was meant to do much more for my birthday and make it more exciting for everyone, and I was like, you know what? Let's just chill. Let's just chill today. I didn't get much sleep last night, so I'm surprised that I even lasted as long as I did. I had a woot and a half. Yeah, exactly right. Bloody exactly right, doll. Hi, Keanu. No! Did you find... you rescued him? Oh no! Are they okay? Oh no. I hope they're okay. God, animals running or being left out Well, not left out, but like let out accidentally is the worst. Remember that time Mimi somehow got out and I only noticed because she was chasing a dog outside, but I didn't know it was her until I like triple looked. It was actually quite funny. But also, how did she get out? Pebble, thanks. It was nice. I just wanted to chill. Yay, Keanu, nice. I'm glad you did. Hell yeah. Now, again, I would never do this, and missing an animal is so hard, so I only say this in jest. There's this meme where it's like a photo of a missing cat poster. It's fake. And it's like the captions, I'm gonna call this missing cat poster and meow and hang up. I'm like, if Mimi was missing and I got a call and I heard meow and hung up, I'd be like, hang on. That's cruel, but also, fuck, that's funny. Beep, beep, beep. Like, oh my god, Mia, put the phone down. Come home. So cruel, but so funny. I would never personally do that to someone. But I might have, I might have laughed at it when I saw it. Yeah, I'd be laughing while crying. Especially if it sounded like Mimi. I'm like, oh my god, this is ridiculous. Please don't. Please don't do this to me. Please no. It's me, Mimi. I can talk now. Yeah, I'd probably crash out. You're right. I'd have a major crash out. So unnecessary, there was a door, but you know. I gotta get Mimi ready too. Oh my god, why am I so nervous? Mimi! It's gonna fly though. I gotta quit being nervous. It's gonna go so quick. There's no time for me to be nervous. With a jam-packed sketch. Give me a blueprint or something. Give me a little 1-2. Oh, shoot. What are they fighting? Mimi's a cat. She's 14 next month, actually. Little tabby. She's honestly built like she's 7 months old. She looks chonky on camera, but she's a tiny, tiny cat. And she's very clingy. Okay, I already have it, but I'm not, look, I'm not gonna say no. I will not say no, sir. She's a baby. I know. She's just a little girl, okay? She's so cute. Stinky, we're gonna have so many cuddles tonight.
Don't be fooled by
Really
the rocks
excited.
that I got. I'm still Carla from the block. Used to have a little, now I have a little.
Glam underscore a underscore
What
has
the hell?
donated 35 Australian dollars and 9
Thank
cents.
you.
Here, get some happy
Oh,
birthday
I
snackies.
will.
Loves and hugs tilde underscore carrot.
Thank you so much. That's really kind. Aw. What the hell? Bestie. Thank you. They will be happy and they will be snackies. Oh, I will. That's really kind. Thank you. Honestly, I'm both. I'm a planner, but I could also have a full plan and then decide to go, okay, I want to do this instead. But I do like having a loose plan. I will admit though, this is the first trip where I haven't been the planner. So it's a new experience for me. I'm usually planning everything. So that's an experience. But it's been
Let's go to that metro.
interesting. Sometimes it's nice as the planner to not plan. Like I'll always be willing to help if I get asked to, you know. But yeah, I definitely didn't plan. I'm just happy to be with friends. Astro, thank you. We're so 30. We're so 30. How are you? Honestly, we all kind of contributed. I think Sammy and Whiskey were the Airbnbs. I originally, hello. I originally planned an Airbnb and then we didn't end up going with mine. And then everyone else contributed with the itinerary. Like, oh, I would like to do this. Okay, we'll do that on that day. So we all got into a call and kind of had a rough planning sesh on what we want to do on what day. So it was kind of a joint effort, but I think I'll give Shan, Whiskey, and Sammy some flowers. Yeah. Like, for me, a plan helps knowing... I think this is a part of anxiety, right? Like, sometimes anxiety comes about when it's unknown. And so I do like knowing what I'm doing a month in advance. Like, there was a time, I think actually from November to March, I basically had every weekend booked with an event, or like I have a wedding next month. I have something I booked in October or November, sorry, happening a week after I get back from Japan. Things are on. Things are cooking up in here. I'm excited for April. April's gonna be, I think I have like a camping weekend, but apart from that, I have nothing else on. I'll be excited for some nothing. But yeah, I like routine and knowing what's coming up, but I can also break a plan. Oh my god, wait, Beck, that's us. Yeah, Beebit helps, because sometimes, you know, not all the time, a plan changing can frazzle me. Me camping! But then other times, it doesn't. It's weird. I don't know. What is this song? This is jammy. Guys, I am going to do laundry and start packing, I think, and eat. How long did I do today? 7 hours? 7 hours. Wow. Have a shower. Tomorrow will be a lot of fun. I'm pretty sure it's just PAL stuff. A bit of grand stuff. The Japan crew are going to play some games. And then also some Ark at the end with Chris maybe. And maybe some solo yaps. So tomorrow's going to be really... If I can... Dare I say girthy tomorrow. I'm very excited. Again, I know I don't need to, but I'm going to say it anyway. I know I was kind of flat today. I had a bit of a headache. And I didn't sleep well last night. Whoa! Thanks, Tammy. I appreciate that. But thank you for being here for my birthday, guys. I appreciate it loads. Leah. No, that's really sweet. But Bingle, you too. Everyone get good rest. Thank you for everything, every form of support, even if you're lurking. I appreciate it. Even with the typo. Always. I appreciate everything, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Corgi! Thank you for the sub. Not the drive-by sub.
Put your ass away, child.
Thank you for 3 years. What the hell?
Corgi just subscribed.
Guys, if I can't sleep, I'll stream later. I'll either pass out or I'll toss and turn. Either way. Thank you, Cammy. Thank you for the birthday wishes as well. And Corgi, I'm sorry I'm ending. But I'll see you tomorrow if you're around. Thank you so much for 3 years and the birthday Haas. I appreciate that. I hope you're well as well. I'll get that in before the raid goes. But yes, I appreciate you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. I think we're starting with Gran, so we'll have some screams and some craziness. But I appreciate you guys. Bye. I might see you later. Who's to say? Who's to say? Bye-bye.
Don't be fooled by the rocks that I got.
Hello? It's about to run out.
From the block.
Who is
Used to
that?
have a little, now I have a little.
Oh, no.
Anonymous contributed $49.11 towards 30